What's up, guys?
Hello.
What's up, Homo?
Stage. Here we go. Okay, here we go. We're starting off wild and crazy again. What the fuck is wrong with this stuff? Remove.
Yes, you are.
We're live right now. Oh, there we are.
We're not. Oh yeah, we are. Are we live?
We're live.
We are live, dude.
Oh, bitch.
We're live in full effect.
Omar, I got to teach you
Omar,
how to
stick
do
it.
StreamYard, dude.
Somebody does, but it's okay. Somebody does, because you know what, though? Eventually I start picking up on certain things. As soon as I find we're officially live, everybody.
Oh my God, he's got sound effects. I got to send you Joe Cools.
All right.
Whatever you do, don't let Stan have contact with those buttons.
I want to make my own so I can be like that was cold blooded. Like I want things to trigger people. I want one that says like some
Your own little
Arabic
soundboard.
prayers.
Hey, Ben,
Yeah,
when
how
you
do I
get a
get that?
chance, check your Discord messages, would you please?
How do I get a sound? And by the way,
Hands are full, Span.
I said when you get a chance. You didn't hear
I would
that.
love.
Turn your bell tones up.
I mean, you could just download a digital soundboard program.
And
Some
then
people actually like put it into their Stream Deck so that they can have a physical button to push. But you can just do it with a digital program. There are plenty of those.
Yeah, I wish I knew how to do it.
Yeah, you just look up soundboard and you keep it in the background. And then when you want to use it, you can pick. There's a billion soundboards that you can just actively use. Like the only one that I really use so far is the Sonic when he's getting the little rings, bling, 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 bling. And I do that when I get super chat.
Or you
You
could
need
go
one of
all
these,
out.
Omar.
Go all
I mean, I
out.
can-
Get what Spin has there.
I could go ghetto as shit and just use my phone and just like
Soundboard.
play sound.
No, that's
Yeah,
ghetto
spin.
as shit.
Oh yeah, that's a good Steam Deck right there. That's a good one.
That's
Yeah.
where do you get that from?
Amazon.
Yeah, just buy it online. It's cheaper that way.
You don't want to know what this cost.
Let's take a guess. What's the over under? I'll say 500.
There's some smaller, cheaper ones.
Well, yeah, but this is. I think this one was like 400.
Okay. I have no idea. I was just guessing.
Not bad.
This one.
Hey,
this
Balderson,
one-
what are you doing over there? Making a Yule wreath?
No, I'm processing cannabis.
Oh, okay. Is that cannabis?
Fucking A.
Are we allowed to show that? On my
Yeah.
channel, you can.
It's medically legal. I have a medical card. Fucking even the federal government doesn't fuck
Don't
with me
explain
over-
yourself to these fucking people.
So you want to see my? So
Well, you asked if
wanna
it's
see my
legal. I
project,
said yes.
Shaman?
No, I'm just curious to know because somehow I tend to like really just, set things off. So
You want to
let's
see my? You want to see my project that I'm working on, Shaman?
see.
I am very proud of this thing. I don't think you've seen this, have you?
How do we even do things like this? Like, how do I pull up
doubt
videos of people so we can make fun of people? Like, how do I pull up like debates of other people? And we just
So
crush them?
open a second window, right? Just
Okay.
pull it off to the side because you want to be able to work with it on your computer. So just pull it off and then add that window to your stream share.
See
Make
the
sure-
see
make
down
sure
there
you-
where it says "Angry American" share screen.
Make sure that you when you're sharing screen, always click the little tab. There's a little tab.
Oh wow, what? How can
That's
I?
that's
Yeah,
a trailer.
He's getting
Nice.
this work done for real.
You showing us your kidnap room?
Yeah,
It's safe
panic
room.
room. Panic room.
You're gonna see.
Yeah, you're about to
It
see.
ain't done
something.
yet. It ain't done yet.
Damn, that's a beat. Okay,
That's where he's gonna keep his gimps.
this is the.
What all the
This is
soundproofing's for?
This is the porn studio.
Exactly.
Gimps are
So
loud.
listen,
Gimps, you gotta train him to be quiet.
These are AI tracking cameras or AI cameras. Oops. There's two of them in here. There's one
He's
here
doing
and
the
then
work.
one
He's
over
even
there.
got the electrical box in there and everything, man.
Yeah.
damn.
Yeah, it's
It's getting there.
My fucking listen, Clay. You've seen behind me without the shut up, Ben. Shut up, Ben. Bad choice of words.
Yes, I have seen your room.
Yeah, my room. Yeah,
Were you behind him or not behind him?
It's full of boxes.
And
God in the
stuff.
Bible.
Hold up.
So then
Oh,
him
shit.
being begotten doesn't.
Oh, hold up.
Neg-
You guys know who God Logic is, obviously?
I do not. I have not watched him at all, but you have mentioned him, and other people have mentioned him.
Well, he's one of the most
Snake.
popular Christian apologists. Here's me teaching him that there are multiple Nicene creeds live.
Nice.
Can you imagine?
God,
What's
then he's
this?
God in the Bible. So then him being begotten doesn't negate that. He can be begotten from the Father eternally and still be God because he shares the same substance as the Father.
So I would just point out, like, specifically, like, you're familiar with, like, the Shema,
Mm-hmm.
okay? And you're familiar with the Tahil, which would be the Islamic Shema, basically.
No, I don't know what the Tahil is.
The Tahil is La ilaha illallah, like there's no God but God.
Okay.
It's the Shema, and it's the Muslim Shema. You know, it's the same thing. It's basically declaring there's one God. And then, of course, you, I believe, would subscribe to the Nicene Creed, right?
Sure.
Okay, which one?
Which one are you talking about?
Oops. No, like which
You-
interpretation? Sorry.
When you said, "Do I subscribe to that I would subscribe to the Nicene Creed?" You
Yeah.
obviously had one in mind, right?
Nice deflection. Well, most people don't know there's two.
You obviously
Okay, so
have one of
the
them. in
one
mind.
Watch.
specifically about Jesus having one substance
Look at
with the Father.
Watch. Okay. So that would be,
The one that includes him.
you're saying the Western Empire's creed.
Begotten, not made.
Yeah. You're familiar. There's two there. When Rome was in the Eastern and Western Empire, they had two variations of the Nicene Creed at the same
Okay.
time.
Didn't know that.
No?
No, I didn't know that.
Okay. Well, one basically. All right, that's all that's the end of that fucking. That would be like a Muslim saying he does not aware of Tahil. How do I stop? How do I get off that?
You just hit stop sharing on the top above the screen there.
Oh, that says end stream, dude. What?
No,
No,
not
no,
end
no.
screen. No, go right above God Logic's head.
Yeah.
About 2 inches, there should be a thing that says stop sharing.
No,
Yeah, there is.
It might be on the
Yes.
bottom.
It's on the bottom, Shaman.
it's on the bottom. Okay, bottom.
See where it says
Oh,
stop
screen share.
sharing?
Got it.
There.
Dude, look at this shit. Anyway, that's wild, man, because the guy does it. It's like the entire premise is like the Jews say there's one God, and then the Muslims say there's one God, and they have a declaration, and the Christians have a Nicene Creed, right? But the Christians like to say there's this Islamic dilemma. And it's like, well, you have your own dilemma because you guys have been arguing between the Filioque since the beginning. There was no Filioque. Arius was a heretic. Then 40 years later, the entire Rome's Arian, and meaning that Jesus is the Son, but not equal to the Father. And then they have a nice.
Wasn't the Nicene Creed created to specifically counter the Arianism in Christianity?
Yeah, and it was 325 AD. But my point is, within 30 years, the entire Rome was an Arian, right? And then they kind of changed it again.
Constantine's mother, I think it was, after Constantine died, his mother or his daughter or something.
No, the mother was big time.
She was not. That didn't believe in the Nicene Creed. So
She was an Arian.
So at that point in time, after Constantine passed, she pushed in within like 3 years of the original Nicene Creed, they were moved back to Arianism.
But then ultimately the problem is that the Filioque means in Latin and the Son, right? And so there was the whole concept was the Son and the Holy Spirit comes from the Father, right? This is like the Nicene Creed. And then the Western Empire based in Rome changed it without an ecumenical council. Basically, the Pope said, we're going to add this filioque to the whole thing because we said so. And then the Eastern Church, based in Jerusalem, and said, no, that's not how this works. And that's the schism. It's called the Great Schism, right? And so you have this entire complication from there. So it's like they want to point out and talk all this stuff. It's like, well, hold on. You're acting like somehow there was no argument against Trinitarian. Like you're acting like this Jesus was God assumed in real time, and but yet at the same time through the entire history. And by the way, if you want to go Ortho Bros and talk about this apostolic tradition, did Jesus not put his hand on the shoulder of Peter and say, "You are the stone that I will build my congregation with," right? And that was he was in Jerusalem, and while Paul was in Rome. And so if you fast forward hundreds of years, there's a distinct difference between begotten from the Father and the Son, meaning that they're one and equal. And that's where this co-equal, co-eternal, and all the personhood stuff really spawned from. But that's the difference between the Eastern and Western. But it's ironic because you have all these Christian, not Orthodox and not Catholics that are holding to the filioque from the Catholic Church and claiming Jesus to be God. But yet that was we have the historical records of the entire arguments between these quote early church fathers. It's a very interesting dilemma. This is the Christian dilemma.
I mean, it's not the first dilemma either. I mean,
Not the first.
Earliest forms of the church, there were many Christians who thought that Jesus was a completely and utterly cosmic being, and that was it. They didn't think that he was on earth at all.
100%. There was every imaginable concept of Jesus. My point specifically was just that there was not this uniform kumbaya of everyone just knew exactly what Jesus Christ's mission on earth meant and exactly what it was. It was a schism then. It was a schism throughout history, and still today amongst Christianity, it's a schism now. And that doesn't mean anything negative towards Jesus the man or Jesus the mission. It just means don't throw stones in houses made of glass, because everyone has complications in their theologies. I personally don't, but for I have, because I don't have a specific one that I can say this is the whole truth. I wish I did. It would be amazing, but I don't have that yet. But one day, if shit doesn't go right for me, I'm going to be a Southern Baptist preacher. I'm going to go and I'm going to fucking kill it.
I mean, I said it to Clay earlier. I said anybody that shows up in a do-rag and a fucking dress, I just want to, smack him in the face a couple fucking times. I mean, seriously.
Amp span.
Well, I mean, there's no room in America for these fucking people. They need to fucking just go the fuck back to where they came from.
No, I think there should be fucking room, because if there's one thing that America does, it takes fucking crazy religions from other places in the world and it fucking tempers them.
Well, Effigy, it's not. I again, here's one of those moments that I have to agree with Effigy. However, what? Yeah, I know. I said it.
Once in a blue moon, man, it happens.
Yeah, it happens. But I'm gonna say. Yeah, exactly. I'm gonna say it this way, though. It becomes a problem when those types of people want to try and push it upon other people. And
I agree 100%. Just like I hate it when Christians try to push it on other people too.
I look, I could sit here and talk to you about what I believe in. Is that pushing that upon you?
Real quick, when you're talking about dudes that are wearing dresses, who are we talking about?
I'm being nice. Okay.
Yeah, me too.
Well, I mean, that just describing what you believe if somebody asks is one thing, but Christians are really well known to proselytize. It's
I'm not disagreeing, Ben.
It's literally
I'm not disagreeing.
But I'm saying when you say that, you're acting like Christians just occasionally fucking, share the good news. No, proselytizing is part of the religion. You go around and you fucking blab your bullshit and shove it in other people's faces. And if they don't accept it, they follow fallen angels. They're going to burn in hell. You got to understand that's not real popular.
Well, also the big
I
fear
don't
usually
disagree.
when Christians are talking about Muslims is that they're going to come in here and implement Sharia law and stuff like that, and that's just not going to happen in America. Like the same protections that protect me from
Go
your
to
religion,
fucking effigy.
it doesn't matter.
Go to
Like,
Michigan.
no,
what's
yeah,
that
and as much as they can get
go to
away with is the
Michigan and
exact
what?
same amount that Christians get away with in their places, right? We're not allowing like the
Dearborn.
people in Dearborn to completely and utterly like Muslimify everything. They've tried some things, but there is definite pushback. We have freedom of religion here, and when they try to do shit, the same as a bunch of Christians try to do shit, we take them to court, we fucking beat their ass with the Constitution, and we reset.
Yeah, by the way, there's
Like I
less
said,
Muslims
I
in
don't
America than there are
disagree with
Jews.
effigy.
So if
I
you're
don't-
saying if America's a Christian country and the Muslims and the Jews are both the Abrahamic others, then which one would you say is more control and influence over the country? I don't know why we're like we think there's going to be some brown wave of Muslims coming in and telling everyone to put on hijabs. Like, come on, dude. Like,
Well, you
how's
aren't
that gonna work?
watching enough Fox News. Fucking get with the
I don't like-
program.
That's true. Fucking Rapunzel, like, I don't know. I think we have.
I mean, the radicalization of Dearborn, Michigan. Yes, I know it's a very small community, okay, but it shows the power of religion and what could happen. I'm not saying it.
Well,
is-
what
an example of
exactly? Hold on,
radicalization
hold on.
in
No,
Dearborn.
first, what exactly is it that you suspect is happening in Dearborn, Michigan?
Well, all the politicians there are Muslim.
Okay,
Just the
Look
constituents
at
are.
And
what's
what's
Little
your point
Palestine in New
exactly?
Jersey.
What's your point exactly?
It's they're taking, in my opinion, they're taking
In-
over.
in a Muslim city, in a Muslim city, Muslims are representing the people of the city. That is kind of how the system works, Spin.
yeah, it's like saying there's a bunch of white people in that city. Now the politicians are white. Oh
How
my god.
dare Atlanta have a black mayor? It's like
Well,
what?
I'm not disagreeing. What I'm saying is the power.
Of the American way.
Oh, it might be the American way, but it's it.
So the only legitimate
over.
argument you could possibly have, Spin, and the one that the Republicans try to make up, is that they're bringing Sharia law and they're bringing their laws. The
Bro.
problem is that's
There it is,
complete
right there on the screen.
The problem is that's complete bullshit, because they can't make laws that break the United States laws.
I understand that, but there are local laws that can be changed if the right people are there and the right people agree to it.
But
Guys,
not-
they agree to
there's 100. Look, just think about this, right?
Most
Let's-
local governance, they agree to the laws, right? Because it's a local government, and we all agree that local governance is good. Like
There's
I wouldn't tell
106,000
your
residents.
town not to make laws that their townsfolk wanted, right? I wouldn't tell your town not to do that because I'm from here and I have my beliefs, and I'm going to tell your town what to do. Like that's not how we do things, right?
What specific laws are you worried about being implemented?
No,
I
yeah.
believe
By the way,
that's the question.
just real quick. Look, there's 106,000 residents in Dearborn, Michigan. 40 to 55%. So there's a total of 42 to 58,000 Muslims in Dearborn, Michigan. So let's just pretend for a second. The idea that American Christians should be worried about 58,000, and by the way, I guarantee you half are women and children, right? 58,000 Muslims, like we got a problem. There's less than 1%. There's 6 million Muslims in America, and there's as many Jews in America, right? And so you have to start thinking like, is really the problem that you should be worrying about the Muslim control over America, or is it or Jewish take over America, or Russian or Chinese
Zionist.
or just any others? And that's the question. I understand. By the way, I don't want a country where I don't want my daughters wearing hijabs either. Okay. Otherwise I'd move to fucking Afghanistan. Okay. So clearly I'm not for the hijab situation. I think that shit is retarded. But
Yeah, I'll come out and say that too. If
But you
Muslims
also
actually
can't-
did try to take over, I'd be right there on the front lines with you fighting them.
Me,
But
me too. I'm. Period.
But having a Muslim living in a house a few doors down is not the issue, correct?
No, I'm not. I am not, Clay. I am not saying that the few that may or may not live in my community are bothering me. I'm saying when you get a city, Shaman, go back up or can you tell me how many again were in Dearborn, Michigan?
Check this out.
What exact difference
Yeah,
does it make, Spin? What exact
50,000
difference
people.
does it make? Why is the fucking how many people, the saturation level in one tiny fucking town in Michigan make
Yeah.
some kind of point to you? Actually make a point.
Okay, take 106,000 and put them in.
It's not. It's
Little
it's total
towns.
pop. No. It's 100. No, it's not. It's around 40 to 50,000 Muslims there.
Oh, I'm
So-
okay. I misunderstood what you
No,
said.
no, it's okay. 106,000 residents in Dearborn, all ages, and so
Sure.
all ages Muslim, 42 to 58,000 total. So, it
So
just says
about half the
50,000
populace
In one
of
city.
Dearborn are
in
are
one city.
Muslim.
Correct.
Yeah,
Yes.
right.
Yes.
That's what
Yeah.
that's what I'm
Now-
saying. Okay, I
now-
misunderstood what that said. That's my fault.
Well,
Now, if you go to Crown-
and understand,
go-
Spin, historically, this has always happened. When the Irish moved to America, the Irish all moved to the same fucking city. When the Germans moved to America, where I'm from, you can specifically go to German cities. You can specifically go to Swedish cities. You can specifically go to Norwegian cities because weirdly enough, people with similar cultures want to live by each other.
Yeah, they feel
Wait.
safer.
Ben, you were born in Germany?
No, the towns in South Dakota, in the Midwest period, it's basically all white.
I got
people.
you. I
So
got
look right here.
But
In
essentially, what we're
Crown
talking
Heights-
about, Spin, is like, think about Utah. Utah's full of Mormons.
Mormons.
The Mormons have
That's
very
great
specific
points.
beliefs, and the Mormons in their local communities in Utah most definitely
They have their own police.
laws. Yeah, they have their own police. They have their own laws that are specific to their Mormon beliefs. They have They have all kinds of things that their local laws are bent around their belief system. But
Yeah,
it doesn't
and
go so far that it breaks the continent. Maybe it does go a little far in many places, and it has.
I'm sure.
But that's what local governance is, right? As long as those people are cool with those rules in that local town, I mean, that's
Yeah,
the essence
anybody-
of the U.S.,
okay, but
right?
anybody
wait a minute,
has
wait a minute.
anybody has the right to petition their government for redress of grievances. In other words, they have the right to sue the government. So if there's a unconstitutional ordinance that's been written, every
Sure,
one of
it won't
those
even
people
pass. The
have
state
the
will stop
right
it. Yeah.
to sue
Yeah.
them.
Yeah.
Right.
By the way,
but
just real quick, this is
question-
a common thing.
Constitution-
Look, in Brooklyn, there's 462,000 Jews. In Manhattan, 277,000. In Miami, 130,000. These are gigantic populations in big cities. And guess what? The Jews have their own court. They have their own police. They have their own ambulance. They have their own hospital. They have their own, right? So again, that good for them. They built it. But
thread
it's-
around Manhattan just so they can do work on
yeah,
Sabbath.
yeah. That's a Talmudic interpretation, by the way. That's retarded. I asked one of my friends. He's like,
I
"Oh,
did
yeah."
not believe that was real. I had to go and look that up, and I was like, "This cannot be real. This is so
It
stupid."
sounds like it's not true, but it's true. And I remember seeing. I'm like, "What is that string?" And I was like, "Oh my God, there is one."
It's the hole in the
absolutely
sheet.
reti-
It's the hole in the sheet.
It's the hole in the sheet. And by the way, the hole in the sheet is that's certain people. that do
That's
that.
just crazy how many Jews and all that are in New York, but it's not surprising.
Yeah, but again, only one city in America, 52,000 of them in one city, and we hear. I don't care about any of this. I'm just saying we hear about one city in America with 52,000 Muslims of all ages that make up 40 to 50% of a population. You always hear it in the news. Always hear they're going to take over America. How? There's millions more Jews than there are Muslims here. The difference is the rate of integration that we see publicly. Because for every one Jew that's running with in Crown Heights that's not integrated in their own community, you have the other one his name is Sean, right? And
Yeah.
the same is true with Muslims, though, because you see Persian Muslims all over LA. They're more American and more white Californian than most white Californians. But then you have the Dearborn ones. And then the Mormon thing was a perfect example as well. That's one of the, interestingly enough, it's one of the beautiful things about America. None of these motherfuckers are going to take over America by force. That's for sure.
Well,
Okay.
I'm not saying they're going to take over America. I'm just saying it is very surprising that, well, to me, of the staggering numbers in New York City, I just didn't realize it was that fucking many.
Of course, because no one talks about it. Look, there's as many Chinese people as there are Muslims in America, and there's 2.5 million. There's 2.5 million more Jews than either of them.
That's
Again.
crazy.
And let's see how many Russians, how many, which, you know, right, we should import all the Russian. How many
But look,
Russians?
this goes back to what I was saying a while ago, and I genuinely believe this. And this is not a slight at y'all's religion, but I think American culture supersedes any of your religions, and I think it's the best thing about the country is that it influences the beliefs of the people who come here, and there are things that supersede those beliefs that they're bringing over here, and that changes them. It changes them, and I think that betters the world. I think if we can take some of these backwards ass belief, like I think that, you know, Islam is, and we can get some people over here who actually like moderate that shit and say, you know what, I am gonna pick and choose what I believe out of the Quran because it's modern times and I'm not from the, you know, fucking 5th century, and just like Christians did and how they interpreted their Bible and how morality shifted on some things and not others. I think that's can happen to any kind of belief system, especially here because we all mix together.
Well, that moderation part is very true because I don't believe that young dumbass Jake believed that Sarah would just get up and walk out. I believed that he thought that because she's a woman, she would have just sat there and listened to him and take it. I mean, that was a powerful move, in my opinion, what she did. Like just getting up and saying, you know what, fuck you, I'm out. Like that's one of the most powerful moves that I've ever seen anybody take, is to just get up and walk the fuck away from someone who's just basically being a dumbass, wants to fight for no reason. And I mean, yeah, I was just very impressed by her. It takes a lot.
He's Muslim, but don't forget, he's an Italian American from New York, raised Italian, you know, Roman Catholic. Like, he's not, you know, he dressed the part, and I'm not doubting his faith whatsoever. Like, but at the same time, like,
He was
you're American, buddy. You're trying to pretend that your religion supersedes the moment at this table, but this table is in a state and in a country called America. So, you know, you can dress up however you want at the end of the day.
Also, let's be honest, his problem with having a woman try to tell him what's what didn't have anything to do with his religion.
So an American
Yes.
Southern woman putting a
accurate
burqa
on
on,
that. Yeah.
putting a burqa on, which I've seen this video of this dumbass crazy bitch. You know,
Why is she a dumbass crazy bitch?
well, everybody's making fun of her, and her retorts were like, "I can put this
Fuck-ass?
on.
Were
I
they
can
like,
put
fuck
this
ass?
on. I can go out in public like this.
Yeah.
I shouldn't have to be." I mean, and she can. It's just.
So why are people
All the
harassing her about
too.
it? You know that nuns do the same, wear basically the same fucking outfit. Christian nuns, Catholic nuns. You can all you want, but it's basically the same fucking outfit, and you think that's okay?
Okay, that's more acceptable.
Why?
How's that?
Why?
See, Spin, you have a cultural problem here. Like, you have a cultural problem from your perspective as a Christian with Muslims, which is, you know, as long as you're not being like a complete evil POS, you know, that's fine. I have a cultural problem with them too, for a different reason. But yours seems to be more kind of knee jerk, and I don't think you're very cognizant of it. Because me, like, being cognizant of my own biases toward them, I can be like, yeah, you know, they can be here, but they still have shitty beliefs. You just seem to be like, I don't know, you kind of think you're coming at it like they're a virus. If we let them conglomerate too much in one place, they're going to infect everyone else. And that's, I just don't think that's going to work here.
Okay, and since you said it that way, yes, I have a problem with it. It's like people in prison. You put too many people in one place, something's bound to happen.
Yeah, but that doesn't necessarily mean it's a bad thing that's going to happen.
I'm not saying it's a good or a bad thing, but
so you're in fear of something happening, but it doesn't matter whether it's good or bad or if it's indifferent. It's just something happened. Oh my God, something's happening. That's
what
that's
it really
real
is
ridiculous.
you're super racist. And you can't explain why you have a problem with these people. Like when I just pointed out that your fucking nuns do the exact same as Muslim women, you're like, yeah,
Oh,
but that's
shit.
acceptable. That's because you're racist as shit, bro.
Yeah.
Like you can't actually make a case for why this is a problem.
Is it racist to be against a religion?
I was gonna say
Yeah.
it's more prejudice, but yeah, no.
Well, no,
yeah,
because it's not even about a religion. It's the fact that they're brown. The funniest part is that like American Christians, like they see Christianity as this like white religion. But the funniest part about it is even when you talk about like Western values, you're saying like American, then you're saying like British, and then you're saying like Roman, right? But the funniest part is like if you ask where do those values come from, they would say the foundations of Christianity. Christianity is Eastern, because it doesn't matter if you're talking about Jesus or Muhammad or Moses. They're all Palestinian. They're all Palestinians, dude. They're all brown people. So it's like the ironic part is that one religion has masked itself and become white. The Muslims are still brown. Philistine. They're all and Arabia.
Wasn't it Wasn't it
Yeah, well, Abraham's from Ur, sure, but that's still Canaan. Let's just call it the Arabian Peninsula, right? Muhammad, Jesus.
There's no like white, black, or even
there's different skin tones, but I just mean collectively they're brown. There's shades of brown.
I was about to say, Omar, you're one of the ones who points that out more than anyone.
It's like the foundation is Eastern, and so Jesus was Palestinian. The same people, the bloodline that you see, before those Palestinians there, you see they were Muslim, they were Jews, and they were Christians, and then some convert, but the blood's the same and the skin color is the same. So when these Zionists go, we're surrounded by Arabs, it's like, yeah, bro, look where you are, man. You're the one that left to Poland for thousands of years. They didn't
live there and have your progeny live there for a few hundred years, and guess what you're gonna do? You're gonna turn brown.
Bro, you grab a Palestinian guy, you don't know if he's Muslim or Christian or Jewish. You just know he's brown. And so because we've been conditioned with I call the beginning of the pandemic, which was the war on terror, we are programmed. All American people are programmed. We see Arabs, brown skin. We're going. Alarm goes off. But I was on the fucking watch list till 2006. I never even been to Afghanistan. I didn't even have a passport. Explain that.
I'm a real life example of this. Okay, when I was born, my hair.
You're not very brown.
My hair. I'm talking about my hair, bro. Like for real. Like my hair was like the blondest, almost white blonde. Okay, that's when I was born, and I grew up in Florida. And I naturally did get tanning, and my head continually received sun throughout my whole entire life. Now, obviously, I've already got genetics for browning and reddish hair, but my hair is way stinking darker than it should be, as you see the complexion of my skin. Why is my hair, right, all of a sudden so extremely brown when it should be more red and more blonde? The truth is, it's because I spent a lot of time in the sun. I don't show you the top of my head, but it's super thin. And that super thin hair is always either dark black, extremely dark black, or extremely blonde. It's never in between. And so I'm telling you that I'm literally a real life example of what happens when you spend a lot of time in the sun, like extremely a lot of time in the sun. This is just something that happens. Now, my skin isn't as dark as it would be if I'd have been out there like over the past few weeks. But guess what? If I get out there, my skin will become very tan. I'm actually able to tan now, whereas when I was a little kid, my shit would burn like that, just like a white boy from the Ozarks. Right? I would not be able to tan if I lived in the Ozarks my whole entire life and went out there. But because I lived in the sun, I'm able to tan now. It's just something that naturally happens to a person. And then you pass that through genetics, by the way, to your progeny.
Yeah.
I've been living
Yeah,
in
but-
California for a long time, and my fucking it's still bald up here. There ain't no fucking blonde hair or black hair. I don't even know
Yeah,
what you're
you
talking
got
about.
strong genetics, bro. You do. I will not lie about that. You got some strong German genetics, bro. Mine's a little
This
more
is where-
Irish in English.
What Captain Tazariak was trying, he goes Cesare Borgia. He says Cesaria Borgia. And I said, what? You talking about Cesare Borgia, bro? So there was a
Jesus.
Yeah, so there was a pope, Pope Alexander Sixtus, who was known as the Borgia Pope. He was the first non-Italian pope. He was from Spain, and his son Cesare was considered like the best-looking guy in all of Europe at the time. And he also was an archbishop. He was promoted. He was in the church, and his younger son wasn't. And he was promoted. He was like archbishop, and he became like the HNIC. And this is during the time of like, a lot of amazing, crazy shit in Europe. But basically, and the Renaissance paintings, Cesare Borgia was painted at the same when you have the Michelangelo's, Da Vinci's. I'm sorry. And this is how Jesus became white Jesus. Now, if we're honest with ourselves, the majority of Christians today, not just in America, but in Europe, they see this is their Jesus. Jesus, this one, this is Cesare Borgia. That's the painting. Look, that's the prodigal son of the Borgia Pope. That's Jesus. You understand? The same painter painted both of them. And so that's where
literally, you've got to go through the Borgia apartments to get into the Vatican. Like that the Borgia apartments still exist. They have a giant section of the Vatican.
Yep. And so Pope Alexander Sixtus the Sixth, he was one of the most conniving. He was a gangster. And this is when Mario.
A little bit on you, Omar. The
Sure.
depictions of white Jesus go back way, way, way further than that.
I haven't tracked it before because when you see like there's more of them are dark. When you see the Ethiopian Coptic Christian
you're talking about the kind of
and,
like Renaissance beautiful painting, right? I'm talking about like
the ones that we know today. Oh no, I'm talking about like like when an American when we today.
Yeah, you're talking about an actual painting that you can tell like detailed facial structure on things. I'm talking about like medieval paintings that were basically like rudimentary, like
England and stuff. Yeah,
drawings,
sure.
Like they still colored him light as the same as the people that were worshiping him.
And by the way, he could be light, but he's certainly Arab. You know what I mean? Like he's an Arab dude. He's from fucking Palestine. So the thing is, so this guy, this Borgia Pope, he was a gangster. And so when Mario Puzo wrote the story of the Corleone family for The Godfather, he used the Borgia family as his his archetype, which is an interesting thing. And this guy did some really foul shit. Like, for example, he's the guy who came up with the whole thing that you can go and you can pay the church and they'll just wipe away whatever you did. You go admit what you did. What was it called? Indulgences. Yeah. And so, this is like he fucked everybody. And then the brothers and sisters fucked and everybody had sex with each other in that family. There's a good show about it too. But yeah, Rodrigo Borgia, dude, the gangster. And so that, like we have to realize like that's where, so who did that? A pope. Why? Well, I mean, he put his son up there on a very high level and everyone sees.
Funny how it's a really recent thing that popes aren't complete pieces of shit.
The funny thing is the current pope, they caught him on camera when they were saying the prayer and he didn't say the filioque and the son. He just said nothing during that part. It's a big controversy last week, apparently. And so that's the thing. So people can say like, I'm not a Catholic, I'm a Protestant. Okay, but you don't realize. See, if you go tell
more versions of the creed though. Like I grew up Catholic, and albeit I haven't, been to a Catholic church really since I was like 18. But when I read like the 325 version and the 381 versions of the Nicene Creed, I sit there and read it, and I'm like, there's all kinds of extra shit that I never quoted in any of my time in Catholic church. Like there are just complete lines that are missing. So I feel like there are way more versions of the creed.
Yeah, I mean, there's just
I think Catholics get away with because I can't tell you how many times that I've told my mother about passages in the Bible, and she's like, I've never heard that. And we Catholics go through the Bible, through the entire year, we get read the entire Bible. And I was like, well, if you never heard this passage, you've obviously are not getting told it. So I think Catholics leave shit out.
Well, Catholics since the beginning have been conditioned to listen to whatever the priest says on a Sunday, and he was reading it in Latin. Only they could touch the Latin Bible, and they would basically be able to tell you whatever they want until the Protestant Reformation. You have King Henry, then his grandson King James, right? And then they wrote it in English and put it out, and the British king is the vicar of Christ on earth, right? So that kind of changed the whole thing. But Catholics are conditioned to just like get on your knees and let the Father put something in your mouth. It's a little odd. In submission, it's like, have you ever seen they're like, Father, it's just like a little much, who is this guy? I'm not talking about Jesus, like this guy in the red robe, and then it's also suspect whenever you're talking about a dude who's like going to go through life and never, and take an oath never to touch a woman. That part to me doesn't make any sense. You can believe in God all you want, but I can't fucking swear on my eternal soul that I'll never touch a woman. That just doesn't make for any reason.
There's reasons that just the last couple of years, the Catholic Church, in the last 20 years, they've really taken such a hit in the United States because they do a lot of really fucked up, wild things.
Mm-hmm.
Like fucking the Catholics, like immurement was a thing for them. Like, what the fuck is that? Immurement? It's where they take a living person and they have like a bridge or something and they want to fucking like sanctify the bridge. So they put a living person in a room, brick that fucker up and leave them in there. Yeah. Yeah, that was a big thing for them.
Yeah, well.
Yeah, a lot of weird shit comes from the rules they inflict upon themselves, right?
Yeah, it's funny to me, right? Because I'm in Miami, right? You can see like girls from like Peru and Colombia and all over Central and South America, and they're running around and they're like, I'm a Latina. And you're just like, you are? There's absolutely nothing in or about you that's Latin. Your ancestors were colonized by Spanish people who came, or Portuguese, Spanish people specifically, and colonized your ancestors' brains with the Latin Bible. And so they're like, and that sounds funny, right? Because they're calling themselves Latina. But I would say the same thing because it's you have like American white people that also have had their brains colonized by the freaking the European versions of the religion, right? Meanwhile, these like the ancestors of who you like are all in the same place. And it's like this one story of this one family. They're all the same people. And it's like such a big difference somehow. I don't get it. It doesn't really, it doesn't make sense to me. Effigy, what do you believe about religion? You have anything?
I don't believe in any religions.
You have subscribed to anything? Obviously morals, and I have heard you talk.
Sure. I mean, I subscribe to philosophies and stuff like that, but religions, no. I mean, if you were to put a gun to my head and said, choose a religious belief system now, you cannot be atheist or you die. I mean, the closest I could possibly grant you, and this is like stepping out on a limb for me, would be like a panentheist kind of religion,
okay,
where the actual like universe itself is the concept of a god in a way.
Yeah,
not that it is God, but like all the existence and how we are a direct part of that existence, that we're all the same thing. Yeah, that's what could possibly get outside of my own kind of like atheist hard skeptic mind.
Whenever I hear scientists talking about
quantum physics, the more I get a little closer to it. So
yeah, whenever I hear an atheist scientist talking, to me it just sounds like a panentheist.
I mean, it's really getting hard to not be a panentheist when you read more quantum physics stuff.
Yeah, I don't even see what the problem
that they're coming out with, and how like they're starting to say that like we possibly don't even store our memories in our brains, as all it is protein structures that access a kind of like Wi-Fi and the quantum web. Like it's weird.
Spin, do you agree? Do you store your memories in your brain or in protein cells?
My brain.
There goes your science effigy. Okay. Baldus,
Yeah, the stuff they're starting to like posit on consciousness and that like consciousness is like a material part of the universe, and that we are only kind of like receivers for consciousness, and that's how we're getting a subjective experience out of it. Like that shit's kind of cool.
Yeah, that's the one part of the Trinity that's left out. There's a fourth person, which would be the consciousness itself, right? They leave that out conveniently. But I'll make two prophecies right now, predictions. One, I bet you our free will comes from our balls, and then number two is that we are inside of a black hole. That KBC or KCB void that we're supposedly in, that's 2 billion light years across, and we can't see it. There's nothing around it. I think we're at the bottom or inside the middle of a black hole as we speak.
I genuinely like that theory. I've read a lot on that theory because I like it so much, because it just seems like in a kind of like structural sense, it kind of makes sense in a way, looking out and seeing how black holes are kind of like the end result of most like heavy star formations, and that how it would kind of form this cycle of multiversal like rebirth and destruction, and it actually, in a way, to me, it implies that an infinite regress would be possible, because if all black holes are basically just, you know, portals to other universes within the black hole, and time is relative between those universes, then a universe that is through that black hole could technically be happening before the one that spawned it, right? Like time doesn't matter anymore. So regress can happen infinitely, because you're not actually regressing, you're just egressing.
Well, the damn time, all time is resistance anyways. And it's this material world that's creating resistance. That's why time doesn't exist outside of this. Like when you look at it's literally basically the difference between a normal conductor and a superconductor, where a normal conductor, you've each electron bumps the next electron, you know, the basic understanding, until it pushes one out the end. Fucking, where with a superconductor, because you don't have any of that resistance in any way, shape, or form, the energy if you put energy on one side, it simultaneously exists on the other side. There's no time transfer. It exists in both spots at once.
The more I read, I think that time and existence are so synonymous and so connected that, to me, the two words are almost like synonyms. Like existence cannot exist without time inside of it. Yeah. Like without time, things do not exist.
So I didn't know this was a common theory. I just came up with this like 3 weeks ago when I saw like Science magazine saying there's this KBC void, and they're saying it's between 1 to 2 billion light years across, right? And I was like, 1 to 2 billion light years across, and our galaxy's inside of it. They're basically saying, so 1 to 2 billion light years across. So we'll do the math on that in a second. It's called unfathomable. And our galaxy's in the middle of this void where nothing else is. And so I'm like, that is obviously inside of a black hole. What else could that possibly be?
No, they're saying, like, think of like, all right, so all the stuff in the universe, all the galaxies and stuff like that. We know that, number one, they're moving outward from a point, but also space is being created in all space at all times. So in that kind of mishmash of everything getting pushed around and constantly in motion, there are going to be places where things move nothing but away from that spot, essentially, or most things move away from that spot. Think of like if there's a center point that you can find in the universe where, like, I don't know if this even applies, because like I said, the Big Bang is not an explosion outward. It's space erupting and emerging. But if it does work like that, there would be a spot in the middle where everything blew away from. And so there would be a dark spot in the universe, right?
Yeah.
Because we can find black holes, we can measure black holes.
But maybe we're inside of one. This is the thing. Look, one light year is
universe. The whole universe is inside a black hole because that's what a black hole would be, right? The white hole on
Exactly.
the other side of a black hole, the Big Bang.
Exactly.
is-
Inside and inside and inside and inside, and who knows what's on the other side? Who knows? Multiverse, right? And maybe there's a thesis and the antithesis. I mean, probably
It's
for it to be
it's like the end
balanced.
of Men in
some
Black, where
concept.
the aliens are playing marbles with galaxies.
Correct.
Look at this, right? So check this out: 1 billion light years, whatever the fuck this is. Give me this in
Sextillion.
circles. Yeah, just give me in digits. Watch this.
Oh, it doesn't.
So
yeah,
we-
I don't think
so
it's gonna come up
We're
with it.
inside of whatever the fuck okay, check this out. So science is telling us that we're in that the void of space that our galaxy is inside of is this across. That's just 1 billion light years. This is 1 to 2 billion light years. Can you imagine? Times 2. Watch this. So this is unfathomably illogical and retarded. Okay, how do you want me to believe that is fucking real?
What do you mean?
Honestly, how does that make sense, guys? Effigy.
How does a really
like-
long distance make sense?
Come on. Does anybody has anyone ever conceived of traveling this distance ever?
Do me a favor. Can you
Has a
actually
person
can you
at
multiply
any point-
that? Can you multiply
ahead,
that? Can you multiply that by 5,280?
Literally?
Yeah, so that would be feet.
5280.
Yeah, that would be feet.
Okay.
Do you mean divide?
Yeah.
No, this would be
Probably.
multiply. This would be multiply. This would be feet at this point. So 62, whatever that number is the actual feet. So 11,760 would be the miles, blah 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 blah, and then 62 would be feet. I just wanted to see the number.
Yeah.
It's
And
a larger
the
number.
sun is like 53 million miles away, right? Which is hard to. This one's 200. The moon is 238,000.
Yeah.
That now, it's 1.26 light seconds away. So you can shoot light to the moon in 1.26 seconds, right? But it'll take 1 billion light years to get to the one side or the other to this void that we're in that we still don't fully understand.
What's up, Machine Lies? How you doing,
So
brother?
we're in something. We're inside something that no one understands is my only point. I know I don't understand. See, when
I
I
think
join
you're
the panel-
misunderstanding what the cosmic void is. It's simply a space
sure.
devoid of other galaxies. Like that's why it's not lit up. There are no galaxies there. There are no.
Yes, it's not. It does not operate like the
Yeah,
rest of.
it's not a black hole. It's not like a thing that emits gravity that we're stuck in. Like we're in the idea that we're inside a black hole. That's the entirety of the entire universe, not just the local cluster of the universe that we're in.
We could easily be in the bottom.
It's Ganunga Gap. I try explaining this to people.
Ganunga.
Yep.
Ganunga Gap. Let's see.
Yep.
How do you get Ganunga? That's from Hinduism?
No, that's from Odinism.
I mean, hey, this could explain why we don't get a lot of visitors, from other worlds because we're
Yes.
so fucking, hard to reach. But that would
Look
just
at
be our
this.
galaxy.
In Norse cosmology, the Ganunga Gap is the primordial void, a yawning gap that exists before the ordered cosmos. It lays between a fiery Muspelheim and icy.
Muspelheim and Niflheim.
Yeah, and their interactions within the gap led to the emergence of the primordial being Mir.
So this is what Muspelheim is the fiery portion of material. Niflheim is the ice portion of material. As an alchemist, we'd call that sulfur and salt. And the two things are polarized against each other. Fire rises, cold sinks. So Ganunga Gap pulls both sides of the material realm together where they collide. And this is where life happens, is we're in this fucking void and we're the material bubble inside this giant void.
How old is that concept?
Well, Odinism has been it's tracked back to at least 400 BC. Yeah, there's records that
This is this is the thing. Like the more we look back into the ancient histories, and the more we pay attention to the modern sciences, the more I constantly keep seeing like the exact explanation that's old. You know, that's older than. Look at this. It's old as fuck. Then that's all we know. Concept of Ma'at. Ma'at is like, who knows? Oh, there we go. There's Machine Lies is here. Probably.
What's up, brother?
Yeah, blessing.
Yeah. How's it going?
Yeah, greetings.
Have you heard of the KBC void that we're in the middle of? All this?
Indeed, I have not. Yeah.
Wild stuff. It's basically, we did the math. It's basically a 1 to 2 billion year void that our galaxy's in the middle of, that's separate from the rest of the universe. And I was saying that looks like we're in the middle or in the bottom of a black hole. And the effigy was just talking about, we're just talking about those details. And then I was describing how, if you're talking about the cosmic womb, like in in Al-Qamet of Ma'at, which is this invisible substance, this jello-like substance that says this, and which is like the substance that light itself can be conceived upon, that permeates through, etc. It's like all the ancient cultures were talking about this stuff a very, very long time ago, and it seems that science is kind of just.
Yeah, I wouldn't go that far. Nah.
No?
No, I do not believe things like ancient peoples who don't even know fucking germ theory had come up with advanced scientific knowledge. No, I'm not that kind of. Nah. I'm
But
much more skeptic than you.
Do you put any credence to any concepts of beings from other planets like Anunnaki or any of that stuff?
You mean in the actual myths? I mean,
no, in like reality, like.
Oh, in reality, sure. Yeah,
where we came from,
just from I don't know about where we came from, but just from like the Drake equation, that it's obvious that there is other life in the universe in other places. The universe is far, far, far too large to not have, tons and tons of life. It's just we're all so far away from each other. That's really what it comes down to. As far as the Anunnaki, I used to be one of those people who read a shitload of Sitchin and got into a lot of all.
Dude, fucking, I am so impressed right now. You're the first motherfucker that I've ever heard actually bring up Sitchin when they talk about this. Like, oh, source material. Source material.
Yeah, Sitchin's amazing.
So my big contingent with Sitchin after a while of reading that and reading a whole bunch of others, I think the big confusion with Sitchin is that the Anunnaki are not people from the sky. They're people who know about the sky. I think the Anunnaki, and I think you can find this in a lot of the gods at the time. I think you can find this in the Epic of Gilgamesh. There were two classes of people for a long, long, long fucking time. There are people who lived on the mountain in cities and stuff like that, and most of the people were living out in the woods, the Beastmen. I think the Anunnaki were simply a bunch of people who knew a shitload of knowledge about the sky, about the stars, about the seasons, about all of that. And to the people who were left for the rest of the world, they presented themselves as gods, because that's what humans would fucking do, because we're shitty and we want to rule over each other. So that's what I believe. I think the Anunnaki was just the quote unquote sky people who had a bunch of knowledge, dressed really crazy, and basically lorded themselves over other people. But I think that goes all the way back to the myths of the seven sages after the supposed cataclysm 12,000 years ago, and how they brought back civilization to so many different cultures, and why they're referenced in all kinds of cultures. The seven sages are referenced constantly everywhere. I think when civilization reemerged, because I'm a big proponent of the younger Dryas impact hypothesis.
Okay.
I think during the end of the last ice age, there was most likely an impact that completely wrecked the world. Which I think there's tons of evidence for that. I think, finding entire cities sunken off the coast of India and other places in the world show that we had civilization pre the oceans rising at the end of the Younger Dryas.
Yeah, the pyramids off the coast of Asia, China.
Randall Carlson says we've had 8. I believe it's 8 that he says what he calls world-ending events, which literally we drop down to like a 15% of our current society or our current world population, which is enough to basically knock you back into the Stone Age.
Yeah,
And
and I
then
think
we start over
once
again.
civilization gets knocked back, I think there's always going to be people who were left over from the previous civilization who still have the knowledge. And I think those are the people who essentially, I think most of the people who survived are not the people who were part of civilization. I think they were the people who knew how to live on their own and stuff like that. But I think once the cataclysm has happened and everything starts to rebuild and civilization starts to emerge, those people who go around and help them relearn the things that are forgotten, I think those people eventually try to pass themselves off as gods. And I think that's where our entire concept in this kind of go round of gods has come from.
But how do you
Because
square the circle of
eventually-
like, you know,
Eventually,
like the
you see
Sumerian
people
kings list?
starting to do that. There are tons and tons of groups with their own religious faiths where their kings start making themselves into gods. And there are gods in pantheons all over the place where those were actual people, and we can prove that they were people who were elevated after their death.
Definitely, that's a common trait, whether it's Caesar trying to put himself into the bloodline of the Ptolemies or Akkadian kings and so on and so on. But what about like the Sumerian kings list, like that describes like the kings ruling from the beginning of like 28,000 years,
Right.
and all the way down
So-
and down and down.
Think of the Old Testament. So there's two sections to the Old Testament. There's the section about the Iron Age, and there's the section about the Bronze Age in the earlier parts of the books. The Iron Age can reference things that are real because there were cities that the authors who were around, their history is more recent, stuff like that. But everything, nearly everything in the Old Testament is myth in the Bronze Age. All the oldest shit, Genesis, Abraham, all of that is allegorical. You can tell from the language, all myth. I think it's the exact same thing. I think it's the exact same thing as the Egyptian kings list. You know, at some point it just becomes mythologized, and someone writes it down or carves it into a wall thousands of years after the fact, and it's embellished because their ancestors are now deified. It's like that trope in Lord of the Rings. History becomes legend, legend becomes myth.
Yeah, if you ask me, I personally believe that we were definitely created from something that from some beings that came and created from something that was here. Because I don't believe like we just evolved from monkeys and the missing link is somehow just missing. But at the same time, you know, we're running around looking for aliens like we're the fucking aliens. I think we're looking in the mirror for ourselves. Like we're
So
looking out.
Omar's also on. We're all fucking homunculus.
No,
That's what you just-
Omar's on
that-
the we're all alien babies.
Yeah,
No,
yeah.
he didn't
Sure.
say that. He didn't say that we're their progeny. He said they created us, which would make us homunculus.
Servants. Yeah.
Homunculus.
True that.
That's what that word means? I didn't want to affirm or deny
Homunculus
that.
is a homunculus is like a being that you make and imbue with spirit of different levels. Some of them are supposed to be intelligent. Some of them are just basic golems, and you imbue it with spirit, and then it becomes its own little creature. And this is in alchemy. This is like the coup d'etat. This is you have reached a level of a god where you can now control life and spirits and things like that.
Well,
I'll say this for you, Omar. If something like that is true, it would be a completely real world thing. No myth, no supernatural. I could totally believe it because these things would be things that exist, right?
Yeah.
I wouldn't need
Yeah.
a supernatural belief in anything
No.
to believe that
No,
a
you
creature
wouldn't.
from another planet came here and did science on us.
And we
Right.
would call them gods, and we would think they created the universe. Absolutely. The ignorant, of course, not the learned.
See,
The learned would know.
this is my theory that we are all homunculus of different gods. This is where I stand with it. That this is why I don't argue that Jesus and the Christians made the Jews and all that. That their God made the Jews. I believe that. That's fine with me. Their God made those people. Odin made my people. Like at some point in time, some beings that were more advanced than us by far were fucking around, and we're the result.
The more that I look at this concept of the KBC void, and then you go to the story of the great Pymander, where Sophia decided
Divine
to create
Pymander.
the divine Pymander without the seed of without the balance, and created this like abomination, and it screamed out of fear and it shot up to the other end, which was basically a black hole. and out of its own ignorance, it just started creating in the density. It seems like we're in the middle of that density. The interesting part.
So here, I'll give you the evolutionist perspective. From
Okay.
the evolutionist perspective, once upon a time, we were a small human species amongst a shitload of other human species, like Neanderthals, like Denisovans, stuff like that. And those species were so terrifying to us and would do things to us, either kill us, eat us, or rape us, whatever, that we developed the
Morlocks
ability-
and Eloys.
that we developed the uncanny valley sense to tell human faces from non-human faces, because those things were so terrifying to us and were basically the only predators we've ever really had.
Goddamn
to-
Morlocks.
Fucking Morlocks.
Yeah,
But
it's,
I think one day we might have that be a major explanation for the current makeup of what humanity looks like, because when you look at it, like non-sub-Saharan Africans, like mostly white people, Asian people, have Neanderthal DNA. Asian people specifically have high counts of Denisovan DNA. These other human species had to imbue traits onto us. Who knows? Maybe even like, then this is just kind of like throwing spitballing. What if white skin came from Neanderthals? What if we didn't like evolve it from getting in caves and forests? What was because Neanderthals were taking us as like sex pets and had made little Neanderthal babies that were actually bigger than normal humans, and they became a class upon themselves.
and this is the Sumerian Nephilim concept, as well as the Bible concept of the sons of the gods bred with the daughters of man and created, so it's like it's everywhere, the story of this, and could easily be multiple ones. There has to be, because how else is there multiple races of distinctly different races?
I enjoy reading old texts. I really do. I mean, I know people only know me from arguing with people about the Bible and stuff, but I really, really love reading ancient texts and trying to figure out what the fuck they're talking about. When I see the Bible say there used to be giants, and then I see that 12,000 years ago, half the world was covered with animals that would make the animals we have now look like fucking kitty cats, I'm like, okay, there's a link there. There actually used to be giants. There used to be giant sloths, and giant bears, and giant things.
I got a question for you, Effigy.
Hey, just real quick, we're going to all find out right now. I just asked ChatGPT to show me a biblical image of Earth. So let's see what this is.
What's up, Judy? Jody, sorry. How you doing, brother?
Oh,
Hey, Jody. Go ahead, Jody. I'm just going to put this as our background, because this is apparently what we're in the middle of.
so recently, there's been some photographs. I don't know how true they are, but there's apparently some 12-foot giants in Afghanistan.
Giants of Kandahar.
Yeah, I've heard about the giants of Kandahar too. I don't know what's real anymore.
I don't know how. I don't know how
world
real
with
it
AI
is.
and everything.
Yeah, that's what I'm questioning. Is like,
But there are myths across the world. I will say this: there are myths across the world that kind of imply that giant people, like human beings, not like a race of giants, but giant people were killed off by a lot of people because it was bad to be big.
Yep.
So I think that has certain kind of implications in it as well.
But if you Google like giant skeletons or whatever, apparently
we found them in Peru.
Apparently we've never fucking found them. Apparently it's all fake.
No, I don't think so.
I don't know. I've not seen anything that's really.
The conspiracy theory behind it is that, and this is a huge story, and there's actual news articles on this, so it's kind of a conspiracy theory. But the Wrigley family had a museum, most of the American giant bones, and there's native legends of they drove off and killed giants with 6 fingers and red hair.
Red hair, yeah.
Those bones were in the Wrigley Museum. The Wrigley Museum got closed down, and they took all the stuff in it and hid it.
Yeah.
This is the Jerusalem Post.
Yeah, look at the size of that fucking femur. Look
Yeah,
at the size of that
Fake,
fucking femur,
right?
dude.
It's like 100% fake.
100.
Yeah, it
When you see
doesn't
a
look
picture
real to
like
me
that, the
either.
first thing that should go through your head is the logistics of what would have to happen for a human being that large to survive and what they would have to eat.
They'd have to eat dinosaurs. They'd have to eat dinosaurs. That's the thing.
Well,
Right.
if you imagine if you imagine a different time period when we're talking about megafauna, there would also be mega animals, and the megafauna idea isn't even crazy. In Northern California, like there's spots here. There's that spot that Jurassic Park that wasn't even like a film set. That was just a fucking place up by Arcata with the fucking overwhelmingly giant ferns and shit like that. That's just up by Arcata. That's just outdoors. That's just outdoors here. And they say that at one point in time, the redwood forest used to cover most of North America.
Yeah, there was a time in the past where the atmosphere was way more heavily oxygenated, so things could grow way bigger.
Exactly.
But I don't think that that goes to us because we're evolved from small mammals, not megafauna. We're evolved from very small mammals, like the kind of small mammal that could survive a fucking asteroid destroying most of the Earth.
Right,
Yeah,
right. But this was the giants we're talking about. The feasibility of possible giants.
Well, these giants could have been out here fucking for like thousands and thousands of millennium, and then all of a sudden something
here's
happens.
a way I could think it happened. Like, because the Denisovans are noted as being probably one of the tallest human species.
Yep.
They're also kind of noted for having a kind of elongated skull. But you could have a group of hominids, early humans, whatever you want to call them, who valued being tall and therefore bred themselves specifically to be tall, chose mates so that they would be tall, and so therefore over the generations would end up making, through like selective breeding, a taller race. I mean, that can happen. We can do that as humans to ourselves, just the same way we do it to dogs, right?
There was a king.
I mean, I do it. I do prime breeding.
There was an English king that did it.
I did.
And, he died before the program ended, but there's like 50 of the most giant men in the world. It's something like that. He took them and sent them to their own isolated place specifically to do this, to create giant humans.
My last breeding was with I don't want to say too many details, but 5'11". Creating giants.
the strip club with no strippers.
Yeah, I was the only one who wasn't there. Actually, I'm the most conservative of all those people. Apparently, I didn't want to go to a strip club with a bunch of these jabronis.
I just want to say something real quick. Everybody keeps calling me a white knight for you. All right,
they're just hating.
I just wanted to call you. I just wanted to say you're my favorite gay painter. All right.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, so it was King Frederick William I of Prussia from 1713 to 1740, famously obsessed with collecting exceptionally tall men. They were known as the Potsdam Giants, and nobody knows what happened to him.
Hey, Balderson, real quick, how do I pull up another screen here? It's not letting me. You have to click.
You got to open up another tab and then do whatever you're doing in that tab, then come back to the screen and do share screen.
Thank you. Extra camera and they'll share screen. Okay. So I'm pulling up what FAG was just talking about. But show me what they look like.
See you with your esoteric images back there and your caduceus.
Yeah, I put that for our Saturday. No, this was our Saturday.
Wednesday.
Oh, look at these good-looking ancestors.
That guy's got a good beard. He's kind of a stud.
How tall? Show me life size image. All right, let's see what they look like. These I don't belong to any. These are red skin dudes. They look like.
Well, that's interesting.
I mean,
considering
those are all just artist depictions of what they would think. All they have are their bones to go off of.
Yeah, they create off the bone, don't they, with the clay and all that? This
but
dude
you
right
can't know
here,
the
this
exact
guy.
shade of someone's skin from their bones.
That's true. Look at this guy. Hold on, that guy. Really?
You know why they
This
put their
dude
facial
right
structure
here, he
like
was
that,
white.
right?
What was your problem with that guy, though? He looked like a lot of fun to party with to me.
The oldest, most untouched version of humans currently on the earth are Aboriginal Australians. So that's why
They
they
look
kind
like
of like,
these.
yeah, they kind of default the old human look to Aboriginal Australians.
They go to whatever the oldest we know of. But what about, it's interesting because now when you track and forget about coming from space. Okay.
Yeah, modern humans are way taller than older humans.
Well, we got
Overview.
better. We've got better nutrition and more readily available nutrition.
Native American.
Hard to grow full size when you go through long.
That's what
periods.
makes them genetics way more.
What about like all the serpent traditions that we are talking about the space, but yet all the Native Americans, lots of these people say that these serpent people went back into the earth.
What's up, objective ethics?
Man, you're gonna get me
let's see.
started talking about the comet shit again if we're talking about Into the Earth.
Yeah. I mean, do any of us
Reptiles.
actually? Can any of us say we know the actual truth? No.
Yeah, that's actually there's Norse stories that say that Odin and them came from in the earth, and people still look for. There's a spot supposedly in the Black Forest where that's the entrance.
Right. Like if you follow the kind of Randall Carlson stuff, it's the idea that we go through comet debris tails. Essentially, we go through the Leonids, the Perseids, the Draconids. These meteor showers are basically our planet going through debris streams of comets that are in orbit. And every once in a while, we actually catch a thick chunk of these debris streams where there are actually fragments, large fragments, and those are like horrible end times. And basically, one of the ideas of that I kind of like really like about the history of occultism is that the entire thing about secret societies, occultism, and secret hidden knowledge is trying to preserve the memory of the cataclysm so that we can be ready for it for next time, because they know it's cyclical. They don't understand astronomy and how we're moving through comet debris fields, but they know through their ability to keep memories and histories, or however they did, that this happens every now and again in human history.
Yeah.
And so all these societies have all of this symbology so that we'll decode it and understand that at some point in our history, we're going to go through that shit again, and we need to be ready for hellfire basically to rain down. I think that's what Sitchin's the Anunnaki story is as well, with the 7 winds destroying the world. I think actually here I'll throw you guys a curveball. I think the origin of the swastika is from a comet. The oldest depiction of the swastika is on an ancient Chinese scroll of comet shapes.
Is it?
My understanding of the swastika, and this is more goes back to Odinism, because that's where it derives from, or from Germanic culture, is the swastika is the dipper going around the Polaris. And
really? So it is a comet in Norse also?
Yeah, well, it's a space feature. It's the dipper, and they call in Norse the dipper is not called the dipper. Obviously, it's called Odin's Wain.
Guys, real quick, the oldest sighted swastika-like design comes from Ukraine, the Upper Paleolithic, 13,000 to 10,000 BC.
I'm just saying the cataclysm is supposed to have happened like 11 to 12,000 years ago.
Bro, what? That's
what I'm saying is the ideal of the swastika is it told you what season and it was a time. It's basically a timepiece.
Oh, to keep record of the fucking.
You're right. So now I'm wondering if what Effigy's saying is that's just not the timepiece matching. This shit happened at this time. Look for it again.
Oh, that's a good one. Yeah.
Oh shit.
See, my idea was that like you've got a comet that's got a jet stream coming out of it, but a comet in a spin would be spewing it out in different directions, forming a shape. Yeah. And then this comet would drag in the debris field that basically pelts the earth and destroys most of it. But then the shape becomes the symbol for revitalization and rebirth, because the time after the cataclysm, everything rebuilds.
Yeah, assuming that some would live. Yeah, not everyone would die. Some would live and then hold on to that understanding and keep the warning, basically, you're saying. keep the warning alive.
See, and I've heard the same thing.
That's
Like
crazy.
there's a guy that's got a whole thing where he talks about the squatting man, and he thinks the squatting man is a plasma discharge that happens at the North Pole, and that a lot of these shapes are just people's observation. That's why the squatting man exists across so many cultures, because everybody looked up and saw that shit, and and that was a cataclysmic event also. But that's a cyclical thing that happens where it's a plasma discharge into the earth.
Hey, real quick here.
Go ahead.
So no, go ahead. Go no. Go ahead, Effigy. I was just going to read
I was
this
gonna
thing
say,
about all
well,
the Native Americans with their
and you know how this links back around to the rest of the world is that through the Day of the Dead, one of the most interesting things is that of all the days of the dead across the entire planet, a really large number of them align to be around October, November, which is right when we're going through the Taurid meteor stream.
What about the concept that the Anunnaki came from the planet Nibiru that has like a 32 or 3600 year elliptical orbit, and that's going to come back around, and when they get closer, then they come to the Earth.
I've heard the brown dwarf theory about that, about how Nibiru is actually a brown dwarf star.
Yeah,
we can actually see that it has moons, the moons of Nibiru,
Yeah.
and that's where the actual
Tiamat.
live.
The whole story that actually happened at Cataclysm. Here, just a side note, when we're talking about Native, I was saying the Native Americans, like Hopi was the one specifically I'm the most familiar with because I spent a lot of time in Sedona, Arizona and we were doing specific things. So I learned about this first from them, but they were basically, actually my friend, Sir Mark Amaru Pinkham, Sir Mark Pinkham, he's the Grand Prior of the International Order of Gnostic Templars, and we went to Sedona to consecrate his book, which was after 26 years of study. It's called Sedona, City of the Star People. It's actually a crazy story. It's like the real life Indiana Jones. But we were doing like ceremonial rituals pertaining to these serpent people. That it was multiple days. We drank, by the way, peyote, and I served everyone the ayahuasca also.
If you've read anything about the serpent people, you know they are not our friends.
They were telling us about this. The ones that went into the earth were not our friends, and the ones that left were, but they were split between. Cherokee have them, the Lakota have them. All these Native American tribes have the stories of the serpent peoples, and it's a warning problem, right? The serpent people. But let's see here. It's called Sedona, City of the Star People. Yeah, we went there to consecrate this book. Yeah, there you go. And actually, we were there.
Is it an underground city?
No, I don't know, but supposedly they know exactly. Like there, if you go there, there is a rock. There's a stone that's on top of. Let's see if we can actually see an image. This is not the exact one, and it looks like it's almost like this, but it's not this exact. But like on the very top of this mountain, like this, it looks like fucking Skeletor carved out of a mountain. Like Skeletor, like straight.
Well, there are a lot of theories that, and you can find places in India specifically where people think that there are ridiculously ancient monuments that are just weathered away from time and shit happening.
Yeah, and so we went. So this story is crazy. Sir Marcus, we got to bring him on. Sir Mark Amaru.
There's also crazy people that think that these were actual living beings that somehow froze into stone.
Oh, that mountain ranges are fallen giants and stuff.
Yeah,
looking
wild shit like that.
We were here. This is okay. So Sir Mark is the Grand Prior of the International Order of Gnostic Templars, right? Look at all these books, the Complete Seven Rays.
What is that?
I
made myself the president.
Yes, it's Templars, right? And so this guy is
what Templars? It is like, come on, because the actual Templars died a long time ago, right? Like, what are we talking about, Templars?
I don't think they did. There's Templarism, so to speak, is alive and well in the Rosicrucian order and Rosicrucian fellowships. And then
but I got to agree with fucking Effigy on this one. It's a resurrected cause. I mean, we all know the story of Jacques de
Freemasons, right?
Yeah, we all know like Jacques de Molay and all that story where the king literally weak king that was trying to get rid of anybody that had power and influence, and fucking the Templar Knights had way too much money and control, and he owed them money, so easier to
That's why
burn 'em.
Friday the 13th exists.
Yeah.
Sure, but they, they all didn't die, and their type of banking seemed to go all over the place. But anyway, what I'm trying to say about Mark is he is like the OG, like he is like the real life Indiana Jones, and he first went and he was trying to find the origins of, look right here, the truth behind the Christ myth. He's a fucking one of the guardians of the Holy Grail way before Da Vinci Code came out. This guy is the OG. So he went over. He was trying to find where the hell did humans come from? Like, where did it all start from, right? And so his stories took him through like Christian mysticism to so on, and he was like all the way to Iraq, to the point that he heard about the peacock angel. And so he went to the Yazidis, and he actually like helped like a lot of them come to America. 4 of the 13 elders live in America because of him. So they worked with
where we really need to look, right? We need to look in the Sahara.
Of course.
I mean, that's where all the really, really old shit is going to be, and it's under sand right now.
Well, the really old shit's in the ocean.
I think the really old shit's everywhere, but specifically things in the desert tend to survive weathering more than stuff. Like, I live in Humboldt County, and like my best friend, he says this has a spirit of decay here because everything here just rots and disappears and moves, and it's gone. In the desert, things get fucking maintained very well.
Well, my thinking is, if there was a place where a pre kind of like thriving civilization existed, it would have been in the Sahara, 10 to 15,000 years ago, when the Sahara was actually a lush forest with some of the biggest rivers to exist ever on Earth.
When Al Kemet was considered a rainforest, and when the towers of the Hanging Gardens of Babylon was for sure. I think where once was a desert, and before
I totally believe that dude who thinks that Atlantis is the Ricat structure. I totally believe that.
Let me tell you the story, right? So Sir Mark was like a hippie, and he ended up doing like peyote in like California, and he like looked out and he saw like the entire he saw like the fucking earth, like the skies go into the colors of a peacock, almost like a peacock feather. Then he was like moving through the journeys and mysticism and so on, and his searches went and found this tribe called the Yazidis. They're very, very small. They're very persecuted.
I've heard of the Yazidis.
Yeah, and they believe in the story of Sanat Kumara, the peacock angel, whom, by the way, Blavatsky also mentions. But they are a living tribe called the Yazidis. And so he goes over and meets them in Iraq, becomes friends with them, and so on. And they tell him the story of the peacock angel. And they have like old maps that basically look like as if when the earth was one landmass. And he like looks at their old maps and their oral stories, and he triangulates it to like Sedona, Arizona. And so then he goes to Sedona, Arizona, and meets with the Hopi Indians, and basically say like right here, like this one place is where like the whole shit.
I'll be back, guys.
So
and
so
that's
do you
like,
know that that previous author there, Peter Lamborn Wilson? Are you familiar with his work?
No.
Yeah, he's an interesting fellow, right? He actually goes by the pen name Hakeem Bey.
Okay.
Right? And he started his own version of the Moorish Science Temple, right? He's also a member of NAMBLA, right, which is really weird.
What?
And then also he composed the famous work, the Temporary
Well, at least
Autonomous
he's dead.
Zone. The Temporary Autonomous Zone, I was going to say, which is interesting because that book had a lot of influence on a lot of Discordians. Right? It's actually one of the premier works in Discordianism.
Oh, look
right?
at this. People
yeah,
also search for Robert
Discordianism,
Anton Wilson, Bill
That's
Weinberg.
right. That's right. Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, he's directly connected to the Discordians, and in that work, Temporary Autonomous Zone, it's actually a very interesting work if you read it. It's one of the premier like sort of anarchist texts right? He talks about this concept of pirate utopias, but it's just interesting that that guy's writing about the thing you're talking about.
Yeah, I mean, Peacock Angel, the esoteric traditions of the Yazidis. It's a
Yeah, it represents
fantastic
Lucifer,
story.
I think. I mean, as close parallels.
Well, yeah, the you know, the Lucifer concept is just a mistranslation of Isaiah 14:12 when Isaiah is talking to the king of Babylon. You know, and then it was because Halil in Hebrew becomes Lucifer in Latin, but then became personified later, you know, in like the 1200s, or you know, and then became a whole story. But
Yeah,
People
this
forgot
guy-
their history and what Lucifer
Huh?
actually meant. Is
Yeah,
that because
this guy-
people forgot their history and what Lucifer actually meant and what it was in Roman times?
Yeah, this guy has a lot of students, but one of his famous students is Michael Muhammad Knight. I don't know if you're familiar with Michael Muhammad Knight.
no, keep count. No, I'm gonna pull it
He's
up.
He's a very interesting author who wrote this book called White Devil, where this girl in a burqa cuts the head off this dude.
Yo,
You know, and
this guy?
yeah,
What?
Yeah,
He's a
this dude, like,
wrestler?
no, he was trying to
I hope so.
He has a belt.
no, he was
Yeah,
trying to do a
belt.
Discordian sort of a Discordian bit against the founder of not
Yeah,
the founder, but the leader of
Discordians are
CARE.
absurdists, so yeah, I can get
Yeah,
that.
the Council for American Islamic Relations. He was attacking them, and he wanted to do a mock wrestling match with the with the director of CARE. So he dressed up like that.
I don't mean to judge people because people say the same shit about me, but this guy looks straight up white. Is he just straight white and changed his name to?
Yeah, he is a white guy. Yeah, he's a white
Okay.
guy who converted to Islam. Yeah, that's right.
Okay, because I don't mean to, you know.
Yeah, he's
Okay.
a white guy that converted to Islam. Yeah.
And so he's a student of the other guy.
Yeah, he's a student of Lamborn Wilson. Yeah.
Oh, shit.
Yeah, it's interesting because in lieu of the teachings of Wilson, he started this idea called Taqwa Core, where it's like Islam punk. It's like punk Islam.
Oh, come on. Are you serious? That's crazy.
Yeah.
What?
Yeah,
Who comes up with this?
Discordians.
Dude, hopefully, oh my gosh, this guy's wild.
Oh,
He
Omar,
has a
Omar, I've got
master's.
something right up your alley.
Hold
just
up,
write
guys.
This, write this down for later.
Oh, well,
There's
this
a
guy
book
has
that
a-
you need to read.
This guy
Yeah,
has
that's
a
right.
master's of theological studies from Harvard University, guys.
That's right. Yeah,
Damn.
he also
A
wrote for
PhD in
Vice
Islamic
magazine.
studies.
Yeah, he wrote
He's an
for Vice
associate
magazine.
professor of religion.
He grew up as a Catholic in an Irish family and became.
Of course, he's a professor at the University of Central Florida. Of course, he is.
Yeah, he wrote a
Florida
thing
man.
on
Florida
yeah, he
man.
wrote a thing. Yeah, he wrote a thing on psychedelics. For Vice magazine called "Tripping with Allah."
Oh my god! Funny thing is, I've served
I
a
think you would
lot
like
of
that.
medicine to. I've served a lot of medicines. To
Yeah, I think you'd like
Sufis,
that one. Yeah,
And I sang to them in Arabic. I give them Sufi
Yeah.
songs. They lost their minds. And then I sing to when I did a lot of ceremonies for rabbis. And when I sing to them in Hebrew, they lose their fucking minds as well.
yeah. That Faisal Mosque is a sort of like, it was built by Saudi Arabia, right? So the scholars there are like sort of driven towards like Wahhabism. So when he
Yeah.
went to the Faisal Mosque, he had a really bad experience, right? Because the
Yeah.
dude asked him if his mother that took him to the mosque, right, would go to heaven because she took him to the mosque, and the guy said no, and so he left the mosque, and all that type of stuff because he considered that to be irreconcilable with his views.
Look at this. I'll show you why. The Al Saud family they're actually from a place called Najd. And Najd is in the story in the Quran when Muhammad got captured by these Jews. They're called the Najd. They're from Najd, and this is where the Saud family comes from. The ironic part.
Yeah, people have pointed that out. Yeah, they're kind of
Yeah, but they like to say oh, that's not true. Okay, and somehow hold on, Effigy, what were we going to tell me so we don't forget? Because I have a feeling this is going to be something wild.
Oh, there's you need to read the Illuminatus trilogy because you would love it.
It also called the Illuminatus treaty or the.
No, it's a book. It's fiction. It's a trilogy of fiction.
yeah. It's by
Robert Anson Wilson
Exactly. Yeah.
and Robert
he's-
Shea.
Oh, but is it fiction like the like the
Yeah, it's
the
like a
thing about
play.
the elder? No, but is it fiction like
It's fiction
the-
where they throw every conspiracy possible into one narrative, and it almost
is it
seems like
called?
they're trying to tell you something in it. But I just from our conversations, I think you would enjoy it. It's
Yeah, but
a
it-
wild ride.
Is it fictions like the Protocols of the Elders of Zion? Like
No,
the
no,
fiction?
It's just a really funny, crazy, wacky story. That's a mixture of crazy things, crazy situations, inner thoughts, hallucinations, inner voices, real and imagined, like all kinds of shit.
This was by it was written by the satanic guy?
Yeah.
Robert Anton Wilson?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. I have 3 pages open. You know, I've drank peyote for dozens of times in Sedona with them, you know, with the Hopi. I drank San Pedro in Sacred Valley. I've served ayahuasca for over 1,500 different ceremonies. I drank it 1,000 times myself. You know what I mean? I've seen all sorts of shit. A lot of times these people's stories are kind of like, like when I read like Christian Heaven or Hell, I'm just like, dude, I've seen way worse and way better by myself, by the way, stranded in the middle of the Jordanian desert in the Wadi Rum by myself. for 2 days.
I've said this before too to people. I remember telling a guy one time, I was like, I've had religious experiences that would turn your hair white, buddy.
Yeah, that's why look at my fucking beard. Yeah. So here we go. Protocols of the Elders of Zion. It's funny how that works. But yeah, these are called the Naj. So if you just track the history of it, it's quite interesting how that whole thing worked out. And similar to the you know, when you have what's his name? They call him Ataturk from Turkey. He was from the Thessalonica Islands in Greece, which was where the Sabbateans went after Sabbatai Sebi did his game. And yeah, and that's where Machine Lies, where are you from?
I'm from northern Pakistan, so I'm probably
Okay.
they're probably cousins with you or something.
Are you Pashtun?
I probably have a little bit of that.
All
I think
right.
my grandma had a little bit of that because we got green eyes and sort of red hair, a little
Yeah.
bit. So we got a little bit of the Pashtun, I think.
Nice.
But-
I'm that they were freaking. I'm
Yeah.
Pashtun Ahmad Zai.
Yeah, but we are Punjabi, so
Yeah.
but Punjabis, I think, long ago, I think they might have been
Also-
closer to the Pashtun because they have a
Hun-
lot of Scythian genes.
R1A1A. It's R1A1A
Yeah, exactly.
DNA. You can
Yeah,
be
right.
Punjabi or not. It doesn't make a difference. The DNA was the same.
Right? Yeah.
The Punjab as well. And that's interesting.
Hey,
Yeah,
I got
so
a
then
question
you-
for. Oh, I'm sorry.
No, go ahead. We're all just. By the way, we're all flowing. Someone wants me to pull something up.
Yeah, can you look up the fucking and I know that I'm gonna mispronounce it, but I think it's like the Antikythera mechanism.
Yeah,
It's kinda
Antikythera
like-
mechanism.
Yeah, I knew I was
Yeah,
gonna fuck it up.
Antikythera Yeah, it's like a giant clock. It's interesting.
Yeah, but it's like 2,000 years old, and it's still working.
Yeah.
What is it called?
It's,
Antikythera.
Okay.
Yeah, there it is.
it was found in like a sunken ship, and it's like 2,000 years old. And
Yeah,
it's still
it's
working,
basically a
and they
navigational
can't-
mechanism.
Yeah,
I lost
but
that
it
shit a
now-
while ago.
yeah,
I was trying to figure out where that was.
Yeah, and it fucking does solar, all kinds of stuff, bro.
That's wild, man.
It's pretty crazy.
Bro, we have no idea. We're all worried about what's out there in space. Meanwhile, we haven't even explored freaking,
The ocean.
like 20% of the ocean, dude. Like, we have no fucking idea what's going on here.
Well, I forget who quoted it, but somebody quoted, like, how dare you name this planet Earth when we're covered by ocean?
Dude, all I want to know is if the center of the Earth is a flaming ball of molten iron like the sun, then how come the deeper you go into the ocean, the colder it gets?
Well, it's pressure.
because it's
It's kind of
relative.
like it's easier
Yeah.
to. It's
Okay.
kind of like it's easier to explore outer space than it is to explore our own ocean.
Yeah, exactly.
fucked
It's
up.
kind of odd that we can go fucking thousands of miles in the air, but we can't even go fucking 10 miles into the water without it, smashing and then freezing to death. It's
Yeah.
but it doesn't make sense if the center of the earth is a flaming,
It makes complete sense.
no effigy.
It's like saying I go outside and touch the ground and it's not hot. Therefore, the center of the earth is not molten.
No,
Like, come on, man.
yeah. I mean, that was highly entertaining. The problem is the earth, the earth.
I mean,
you're
what about
touching is solid, and
volcanoes?
water's
Come on.
not. Water's not solid. So how does that make sense?
What do you mean?
Because if you're touching the ground, it's matter. So if I touch the wall, there can be a fire in my kitchen, but if I touch the wall, I'm not going to feel the heat yet, right? So that's the earth is thick. I'm not claiming that it's not, but the water is not solid, right? So the deeper you go, it gets colder and colder and colder. But then the center of the
Well,
earth
there's
is
the crust and
Yeah, and then you have to go through
the
like
mantle
hundreds
and
and
then there's the
hundreds of
core.
miles of rock before you get to the outer parts where it actually is hot.
oh, so there's hundreds of miles of rock.
Yeah, that's how we drill for oil in the ocean. I mean,
We- How
Come on,
far have we
brother.
drilled in? How far have we drilled into the? Yeah, but the ocean has different depths.
Look, if we didn't have a molten metal core, we wouldn't have a magnetosphere. We wouldn't have a magnetic field around the Earth, and we'd be irradiated to death immediately. So, like, there's just one big proof for you right there. We exist, therefore we have that molten metal core because radiation isn't currently killing us all.
this is why I do not get into the religious debate stuff because I do not have a God. I
No, this
love
has nothing to do
everybody
with-
that does have a God.
This has nothing to do with
but it's
God.
just- I'm
Okay,
just
let's hear
saying it's just
It says-
realistically like it's like somebody said the sky was blue. No, it's merely a reflection off of like I'm sorry, Omar.
Okay, so it's saying no. It's
But-
saying once you drill below the Earth's crust, then the temperature will increase it with depth due to the geothermal gradient. Watch this. Here's my response. I don't.
All right, so the thickest part of the crust is I was wrong. It's not hundreds.
The
it's
mantle.
only like right around 100 kilometers.
I said the mantle. Yeah.
How thick is?
I don't
the
trust
mantle.
chat PG.
Well, I don't know. Let's see. Okay, it says the crust is 7 to 5. This is the type of bullshit. Like, oh, the 1 billion to 2 billion. Okay, it says the crust is 5 to 70 kilometers thick. The mantle is 2,900 kilometers thick. The outer core is 2,200 kilometers, and the inner core is 1,200 kilometers around. So the center inner core of the whole Earth is only 1,200 kilometers across. You buy that, Effigy? Let me show me an image of
Ask
this.
chat GPT how many Earths could fit into the sun. And
Yes, I do
let's see
believe
how
this.
Effigy, we're gonna get to the bottom of this fucking myth.
I mean, you get what the processes are, though, right? It's like as you put that much pressure on anything because of the gravitational center, that's what keeps things moving and frictional. And that kind of constant motion is what separates those elements down there. The heavier things are going to go toward the center mass of gravity, pushing out the lighter things. That's why the heavier metals are at the center of the Earth, because the gravitational center is pulling them there.
Effigy, do you mean to tell me that you believe in gravity?
Absolutely.
Oh my god. Jesus.
I'm just joking.
Omar.
I'm playing, dude. I'm just trying. Listen.
I fight it every day.
Can you imagine?
I get called dumb all the time, so I get it.
No, I'm fucking around, man. Anyone who doesn't believe in gravity has got bigger problems on Earth than the fucking thing they don't believe in.
Well, you pulled up the fucking chat GPT of
I'm waiting for the chat
flat-
GPT
the
to show
flat-
me about this. Oh, here's
the
objective.
flat
evidence.
Earth, the flat
Show
Earth
me an
dome.
image of this which you claim.
Yeah. Okay, so this I'm supposed to believe. I'm supposed to believe that 1,000. So basically, 1,200 kilometers. So the 1,200 kilometers is 600 miles. So you're trying to tell me that the center of the Earth is from Miami to what? DC?
No, it's way farther than that.
Give me.
I mean, it's not like it's a completely separate thing. These are delineated lines for a demonstration of knowledge. It's a big swirling liquidy ball of stuff that is separating itself through pressure and gravity.
Hence
It's not a perfect
volcanoes.
ball just sitting there at the center, right?
Are volcanoes fake? Like,
No, definitely not.
like what the fuck are we talking about? Magma, dude.
Yeah. Okay, so 746 miles. So it's basically from. So the center of the Earth that you're talking about is basically from Miami to Atlanta. That's how big the center of this Earth is that we're talking about liquid. So that's nothing.
No, that's how much land. That's how much Earth that we have.
No. The inner core says 1,200 kilometers, which is what did it say? 746 miles. So basically, the center here is only 746 miles of pure liquid magma, iron, right? Isn't it metals?
This would be liquid metal. So it'd be
All right, so
liquid
this
iron
is
core.
hot as fuck, and this is spinning. Apogee?
Yeah, it's moving. Yeah, it's moving.
Which
very
way?
fast.
Like this or like this?
It's a magnet.
I'm not sure. I think it would be in relative. No, it's relative to our rotation. So
Maybe it's gyro, like it's spinning in whatever way, and the Earth is going like this. And so the Earth is spinning at what, 100 some miles an hour, and then the Earth, right, 120 miles an hour, right, around. And then we're spinning it. We're going what, 10,000 miles around the sun. Is that correct, or something crazy? And then the sun is somehow
the moon
the
passes
solar system
the
is
Earth
flying through
joint.
space, and the galaxy that we're in is flying through space at a speed. Yes, we are moving quite fast through the void of space.
Yeah, we're moving quite fast around the circle in the void that's 2 billion light years across it. No one knows what the fuck is going on outside of that.
The moon passes the Earth joint and is like, "Hey,
My only-
chill out, bro. Slow down."
My only point is we all have a big
think about
problem.
that submarine that they sent to the bottom to look at Titanic, and how the pressure of just water absolutely crushed it. Now think about the pressure at the center of the Earth, at the center point of the gravitational well that is the Earth.
It's a problem.
It's just causing a lot of heat and movement and friction. Like, that's really it. It's not a
Well,
problem.
at least we
It's the
solved.
reason we get to exist.
Guys,
I
if
think
we had
we're making fun. F and G. I don't really know your
at least
real
we
name.
discovered the reason why the deeper you go in the water it gets colder, but somehow the center of the Earth is hot. So if we need to solve one thing tonight, we've solved that. We haven't solved anything about whether or not.
Thank you, science.
We haven't figured out if the resurrection, even though there's at least 9 other resurrected people in the 100 years time period.
And you just reminded me that at that moment, that the one thing that I wanted to get out of Jake tonight, because he kept saying that he was using his historical evidence in his debate against the guy, and I was like, what fucking historical evidence, bro?
No, you said it, but then he goes, what? Because he was almost like, what do you mean, what historical evidence?
It's always hilarious to me when you tell a Christian, and you're just like, there's literally no historical evidence for the resurrection of Jesus, and they're like, what the fuck are you talking about? I'm like, what? This should be the first thing you look up if you're a fucking Christian.
Were you guys on the members only in Sarah's panel?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I wasn't able to join in, unfortunately. How was it? Was it chaos?
Here we go.
We just watched this stupid video.
Before we jump off onto the next topic, can I just mention a couple of things really quick?
What's up,
on
brother?
this? By the way, it's nice to see you, Omar, FG, Balderson, if he's still here. The Machine Lies. I don't know if he's on this panel or not. I thought I heard his voice. It's great to share a panel with you guys. I really enjoyed listening to you guys and and
We
interact
were
with you
diving
guys
through everything
when
from
I
the
have in chats.
Yazidis to the Anunnaki to the KBC void to everything. We're everywhere.
Yeah, no, I was listening to my brain's a little bit mush because I had a long day at work, so I don't know if I could hang with all this. But I did want to just the Earth's core is mostly solid. It sounded like you guys were saying it's hot magma, but it's actually that's the outer core, not the inner core. The inner core is mostly solid, and I would agree with everything Effigy said, except it's not the gravitational well that's keeping the spinning. It's the conservation of angular momentum. And I would also say that the Earth is spinning a hell of a lot faster than 100 miles an hour. It's like over 1,000 miles an hour. And
Yeah.
it's like 17 or 66,000 miles an hour orbit around the sun. So so I would just want to correct a few things for the science guys out there, but otherwise I'm over what you guys are saying.
Yeah, I just pulled it up. It says that what I was trying to say is like the Earth is spinning at 1,000 miles at the equator. Then around the sun at 66,000 miles. Then the sun is orbiting the Milky Way at 800,000 to 500,000 miles an hour. And then the Milky Way is moving around 2.1 million kilometers, which is 1.3 million miles. It just sounds all little. And then meanwhile, we're just talking about this KBC. Have you heard of this KBC void that we're supposed to be in the middle of?
No, I have not. But it is interesting because I had a conversation. I usually don't waste any time with flat earthers and that kind of like because I think they're all trolls. I don't think they're actually seriously that dumb. But there was a flat earther who caught me, in a good mood the other day, and I spent a few minutes talking to him, and he was trying to say, "Well, how come we don't go flying off the Earth if it's spinning around this ball and bullshit?" And I says, "You believe that airplanes fly, right?" And he says, "Yeah." And I said, "You believe that race cars race?" He goes, "Yeah." I go, "Well, how come people don't go flying out of the airplane due to momentum, and how come they don't go flying out of the race cars and stuff like that?" Same reason we don't go flying off the Earth. You know what I mean? Because of gravity, because of how motion works. It's relative. It's the acceleration and deceleration that causes us to, issues. It's as once we're at a particular speed, we can be going as fast. We can be going the speed of light. Literally, it wouldn't matter.
Yeah, I just like diving down through the stuff because the more that I look into things, the more I realize no one has any idea because like this whole KBC void, which is they're saying 1 to 2 billion light years across, which the images they're showing it looks something like this. It's basically just saying like, hey, we're in the middle of this void. We can't really explain too much about it, but our galaxy's in the middle of here, and it's 2 billion light years across, 6 sextillion miles, whatever the hell that is. And the rest of the universe is operating as the universe. And somehow we're in the middle of this thing. And I was like, well, it sounds like we're in the bottom or the middle of a black hole on some degree, which is an interesting thing. And so when you just start looking at like we're in the middle,
get that that's an artist depiction, right?
Yeah, of course.
We can't get a picture of the black spot we're in. Right?
It's just like saying like
I mean,
who took the image of the moon landing when it landed, right? The video.
Oh shit! Here we go. Let's go.
I understand all that stuff. I'm just saying that again, it's still saying we're in the middle of this void, right? And so,
but is it saying it's completely like derived of all galaxies, or is it just the galaxies are very sparse?
No. Of course not, because it's we're inside of it, right? And so you're saying specifically. Let's pull it up. It says the Milky Way and their local cluster, which I don't know if it's super cluster or cluster. A super cluster is like 100 galaxies. So local cluster, I'm assuming, is like less than 10. They don't fucking know, brother. That's the problem. Like they have no idea. They're just like, we don't know, but it looks like this. Again, the more I just feel like humans, we want to know, so we create.
The answer
telescopes.
is we are at the center of the Big Bang.
We're in the middle of something, man. We're in the middle of something, and then we're also at the end of something else. It's very at the same time. We're in a true dichotomy. But apparently there's all these other voids. Okay, that makes sense. So we're out here looking at other voids. It just none of it. It's almost safer just to argue.
But it
with
makes sense though, right? Like with all this stuff in the universe, with forces enacting upon it, with motion already started, with space emerging literally from other space around it, that things in that kind of random motion would either clump together near each other because gravity affects matter, and there would be spaces in that blob where there's just less shit, where the momentum of all the things just left an empty space. I think it kind of makes sense to me.
We're in the middle of this. Okay, let me break it down here real quick. We're in the middle of the Ouroboros. Okay. something, you know, they say like the cosmic egg, like everything that's ever been created is the yolk inside of the cosmic egg that still hasn't hatched. Great way to depict the universe. We have no idea. I just feel like what we do is we create telescopes to look further and further out, and the farther out we see, we just keep finding more, and then we create microscopes to look deeper in, and the more we go deeper in, then we find more universes inside, and meanwhile, what are we really searching for? That's the question. Like, what are you actually
meaning?
Yeah, I have this poem in my book. It's called Who Am I? It goes like this: Who am I? Who is asking? It's like, who are you? Yeah, it goes more than that. But the point is like, I don't think anyone has any fucking idea. But the great mystery is objective ethics. You have any input on this situation? Did he leave?
Yeah, he's gone already.
Oh, he is? I was wanted to know what he's going to tell us. What are we in the middle of? Here's Darth. Darth will have an idea.
Hey, what are you guys talking about?
Oh my God.
You guys were talking about like the middle of the earth. Now you guys are talking about the Ouroboros.
Well,
and the cosmic egg, apparently.
Yeah, well, we pulled up the it's not that crazy because we pulled up the KBC void, which is this alleged 1 to 2 billion light year across void that we're in the middle of somehow. But then I said, well, it sounds like it sounds like the cosmic egg. It sounds like the Ouroboros. Looks pretty, not this depiction, but oh, look how ironic. We have the fucking Egyptians writing about that. The Ouroboros is the cosmic egg that
like they're worshiping the great donut.
That looks like the Toroidal donut. Yeah.
Yeah, this is like a similar, like they usually use something called the Vesica
You ever
Pisces.
seen like the center of a magnet and how like it kind of bends? For example, like if you get like if you look at the center of a magnet, it's kind of like that of a black hole, and you see you get the same toroidal pattern.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, we're in the middle of something. We're probably in the middle of this. This is what they're figuring out. Again, how did these ancient peoples understand shit like that? You know, how did they understand even the cosmic egg? By the way, that's Hinduism. The Ouroboros is Greek, but then they got it from the Egyptians. I'm pretty sure. These are completely different cultures.
Hey, Omar, is Ben, Spin, and Clay done?
I have absolutely no idea. I don't even know.
Ben
yeah, they all dropped off.
They look like they're here.
Yeah. Ben
they're
said
not
that he
here?
was gonna. Clay's still on panel.
Yeah.
Clay put on Backtrack BRB coffee, and he dropped off. And then Ben said BRB, like he had to go pee or something like that. And then they both just left. So
Someone I don't exist.
I'm sure they'll
Someone's
be.
here? I don't exist is here.
If he doesn't exist, how come he's here?
Yeah. And what do you mean by when you say I?
And the self.
Someone's like, when you say, what do you mean by? It's like, what do you mean by mean? Tell me. Before we can move forward, we need to clarify things. What do you mean by me?
So Jody just proved the existence of God for all of you non-believers, just so you know. Because I've been here the whole time, right? See,
Hell yeah,
Jody believed for a minute that I wasn't even here. But I've been here listening. Actually, I've been listening to a pretty good conversation. But no, God is real, whether you believe him or not.
God is Israel?
I said, oh my God, see, and this is another problem when people mistranslate.
Fucking Bible thumper.
That's exactly
Clay.
why they named that country that. That's exactly that why.
Fucking Bible thumper.
Yeah. Damn. No, I just been sitting back listening because you guys have been really going through a lot of stuff that is.
I mean, we're definitely going through a lot of stuff. Just want to let you guys know this apparently is when I asked ChatGPT, tell me exactly what's going on here. And they apparently said, this is what we're dealing with. So
wait, where's the space turtle that we're supposed to be on?
I say, give me a literal depiction of biblical Earth. And it's quite beautiful.
You know, if it got Jesus, because Jesus is holding it up apparently.
Oh shit! Is it Jesus or is it?
It's supposed to be like on pillars, and these pillars are got to be attached to something.
Oh yeah, the pillars. You're right. I'm gonna ask ChatGPT why it's lying.
You ever heard of the Munchausen dilemma?
Shale at the bottom. Did you ask for like the Jewish depiction of?
I said literal biblical. So usually yeah, that's Jewish. Okay, I'll ask for you. I'll now ask. Show me, New Testament.
Did you know like Jay Dyer thinks like dinosaurs were fake? It's fucking crazy.
There's no way he really believes that, bro. He's just
I clipped it, man. I clipped it. It's real.
No, he says it because he's pandering to the Orthodox priest, so he can hope he can become like canonized and going for sainthood. The guy's changed his religion 6 times. He's been fucking hiding from me for a year. I have his entire theological journey in chronological order. He's gonna have to answer some serious fucking questions.
These people hide from debates. They do the Crowder approach. They only debate like college kids. You don't know anything.
Yeah, I mean the Muslim. I mean the Orthodox Muslim just got him on his panel, and he kind of smoked him, and it was pretty bad. It's just 2 days ago. It's quite embarrassing for Jay Dyer. Jay Dyer resorted to doing his whole like he was using his Indian accent, and he kind of is like. It was pretty pathetic considering that he's considered a philosopher.
He's basically the proto Andrew Wilson.
Yeah. I just now asked in the spirit of fairness and unity amongst the Abrahamic faiths, I now asked it to give me a literal depiction of the earth according to the New Testament. So right now you're staring at Jewish earth.
Can you do it? Can you do an atheist version?
You're on the atheist version.
Oh god damn, bro.
Oh, here we go.
Sorry, that was too easy.
Okay, I'm downloading it. Let's see what it says.
I don't see no God up there. Yes, because God is apparently a flying spaghetti monster. That's what it is.
Well, that's Uncle Fatty, bro. That's Uncle Fatty.
Man, I've told Fatty so many times. I was like, bruh, most of us atheists have not fucking used this flying spaghetti monster since the early, like, mid 2000s. Like, just let it go, man.
Yeah.
I mean, because it's such like a straw man of God. Because it's obviously
it's supposed to be.
But it's so freaking ridiculous. I can't believe like the Christians took that because it is based on the Christian conception that God is some sort of material thing. He's a thing that exists within the universe.
It's an explanation you shoehorn into things. That's why the spaghetti monster was used, is that they use this straw man to show you what you're doing. Basically like, oh, no, but I can explain that with the spaghetti monster. And then they're like, you're being stupid. I'm like, yeah, but I'm just talking like you. You know, that's the whole point of the spaghetti monster.
Yeah.
Other people like Richard Dawkins would use the celestial teapot and stuff like that as his example rather than the spaghetti monster. But people forget like what things were like in the 2000s when the New Atheists were coming out. That like the whole point of the New Atheist movement in the 2000s was that atheists were basically coming out and saying, no, fuck you. We're going to say that your God doesn't exist, just like you're going to tell us it does. And we're not going to give a fuck whether or not that pisses you off or not. And that was a big moment for atheists because we passed 10% of the population at that point.
Oh shit!
I never claimed.
And then
to
you
be
guys started
atheist,
sticking
just to
bananas
be
up your
clear.
ass.
Oh no, I am, Jody. I'm the atheist on the panel. That's my mantle.
I don't believe in God, but I do believe that there's something.
Well, you're about to see something that the ChatGPT told me. This is New Testament Earth.
I
So
didn't see any
buckle up,
fire at the
Cody.
bottom of that earth.
Well, no. This right now is now New Testament Earth coming up here. Loading. Get ready, buckle up. Let's see which one we're gonna fall for. Which one? Oh my God, this image is crazy.
Oh shit.
This is the ChatGPT is nuts with this one. Oh my God, this one's serious.
Quit hyping it and show us.
I'm trying. It's just loading slow.
Just don't do TOS, bro.
Terms of service.
There it is.
Yeah.
Why? I pay for. I have a ChatGPT subscription.
There's the flying spaghetti
Look.
monster.
It said
How's
this
that-
is this is what it said. The New Testament view of Earth, a 3-tiered universe. It's real simple.
Literally the same
It
fucking
has
thing.
details.
Just
Well,
with, just with
the Jew-
white Jesus.
Yeah, this
the-
is wild. So it puts the underworld / Sheol / Hades, but never says hell.
Yeah, that's what I was about to point out here. It actually, why do they have all this apologetics all around it? Like, I didn't ask explanations. I just said, show me the image. I said, give me biblical. We were talking. I was saying the Hebrew
No.
thing first. So it gave me
Helpful.
Jewish Earth, and then now this is New Testament Earth. Does that make sense? Does this Clay? He's the only Christian left here. Clay, does this make sense to you?
That's not accurate scripture.
Okay. Well, no, I didn't say this. I asked ChatGPT.
I know.
So now I'm going to ask for the atheist Earth. Let's see here.
It's just going to show you a picture of the earth.
Sorry, Muslim.
but
Muslim Earth.
with a red devil on top.
No, I'm
instead of
getting. I
Jesus.
need Muslim Earth first.
Can show you a
A
fucking
jihad.
utopia where we've inhabited space and we have colonies on the moon.
No, in the heavens, it's going to show a bunch of virgin wives.
Virgins.
obviously.
Oh yeah, 72 versions, dude. Yeah.
Nah, like
If
like
GPT renders a shitload of virgins in its
That'll be
depiction
amazing.
of the Muslim Earth, I'm gonna lose my shit.
I swear to God, I just wrote.
I
I swear to you, I just wrote now Muslim Earth. That's all I wrote. Do you want me to
I
ask?
swear to God.
Make
dude.
sure heaven's accurate. No, but I
think
didn't ask.
Objective Ethics is trying to get back on.
Oh, is he? Well, he's here.
I mean, we don't have a full panel, right?
Where? Oh, there he is. Sorry, buddy. Thanks for telling me. Is he on?
I love how nobody's sharing their
Oh.
cam now.
Well,
Everybody-
because I was the
Dude,
only
I
guy. on-
appreciate you shouting out. Yeah,
Yeah,
I got
sorry,
kicked off
man.
my phone crashed. But yeah, no, you guys were asking about that cosmic egg, and I think it is fascinating. And I was trying to find the specific scripture on it because in the Proverbs, I think it's somewhere in the first 8 chapters, but it's the goddess Wisdom who's credited with the creation, actually, along with the El God, Yahweh, depending on which version of the Bible you're going to look at that particular point. But yeah, it's the wisdom goddess is who sets the pillars of creation. There's wisdom. The wisdom goddess is credited with a lot of things, including righteousness and many other things. If you read the Proverbs, I think it's pretty interesting how Asherah got amalgamated into the
Yeah.
pantheon, and then eventually it all gets amalgamated into from El and Asherah into Yahweh. But that's a whole other
Absolutely.
story. But yeah,
No.
the attribution to what the wisdom goddess actually does in Proverbs, one of the greatest books in the Bible, in my opinion. And also, I'd like to say I'm also an agnostic atheist. So Effigy, you're not alone now. I'm here to back you up, brother.
Bird.
But I do think I still, even as an atheist, though, I still appreciate. I have a great deal of appreciation for theology and ancient history. In fact, I spent a lot of money studying this stuff just as a fascination. When I was at undergrad, I minored in world religions, and then I even audited classes at 2 different Bible seminaries. Paid a lot of extra money for no
Interesting.
college credit because I wouldn't sign a statement of faith because I wasn't a religious person, but I wanted to get a better look into what they were really teaching religious people, and it was fascinating. There's so much cool stuff going on.
That's fucking respect, bro. You're paying
Yeah.
to learn. That's fucking respect, brother.
What you were just talking about, by the way, is they have this like Muslim dilemma, and then there's a Christian dilemma, and then this is New Testament. Okay, I said, show me. Okay, this is not the one. I asked for Muslim heaven. It's funny because according to the Jews, there's El, and so if you look at the historical records, the Ugaritic text, the Dead Sea Scrolls confirm all the way from the king of Tyre they all had the name, same, all the Semitic tribes that had different Elohim that they worshipped. And the verse in Deuteronomy about post-flood 70 nations and 70 tribes, etc., is confirmed through Ugaritic text and the Dead Sea Scrolls, as well as the Hebrew Bible, with the difference being what the context of Yahweh and the word Israel and his people being a people with no land or a people with the land. And if you look, it says like El was the unmanifest, like the Ahura Mazda. And then El Elyon was created, which broke through or created the breakthrough within the firmament. And these Elohim came down, right? And so all of these different Elohims were like patron gods of these different Semitic tribes. But El, his consort was Asherah. There's Astaroth. Then there's, of course, all the way through Egypt. The funniest part is as Yahweh became, Yahwism became the national god of these Hebrew people of the land of Israel, which was only a country for 70 total years, by the way. Then not long.
Which Ashra is also the name of a goddess in India?
Yeah, Astaroth in India. I mean, India has so many, but there's Ishtar. There's a correlation of the divine.
No, I'm thinking Asia. It's Indra and Ashra.
The interesting thing is that somehow we're supposed to believe that God is a man, angels are men, and all prophets are men. Yet the old scriptures teach us that Asherah was either the queen of the heavens or the goddess of the skies, right? And somehow this whole other half of the story gets taken out of the whole story. So to me, the Jewish, so we call it the Hebrew Bible dilemma or the Jewish dilemma, with trying to square the circle between the Elohim all over Genesis, speaking in plurals. You're talking about some of the oldest parts of the Bible that are taken from even older religions, right? A lot of this is taken from the pre-Hebrew, like the Hebrews used to be Canaanites, right? And the Canaanites had a polytheistic pantheon of gods. I mean, I've read books that claim that Yahweh was a local storm god. Yeah, Yahweh copied the attributes of Baal almost 1-to-1. And the oldest writings, from what I understand, the oldest writings that we really have of anything that resembles what we call the Torah today, it dates back to right around 500, 550 BC, which was when they were exiled into Babylon, which is where most of those stories pre-existed.
Yeah, exactly.
In those days. And
I've argued this many times before as well, is that Babylon is where basically the Jews really become Jews because they incorporate a lot of the older shit.
Yeah, and then the rabbi
there's an amalgamation there's an amalgamation that Laura and also Effigy, what you guys are talking about is absolutely correct. The amalgamation is you've got during the Babylonian exile and then the Persian period, right? So from 550 into like 450, actually it would be 720 from the Assyrian exile all the way to 550.
Yeah,
when Cyrus the Great
722 BC and 550 BC.
Exactly. And so what you've got here is you've got Ahura Mazda coming from the Persian period with Zoroastrianism.
Yep.
Then you've got El and Asherah coming from Canaanite pantheon, which actually comes from Babylonian mythology, which comes from Sumerian mythology. So there's this thread of bringing all this together. And Asherah was El's consort. And then the Canaanites brought Yahweh with them as one of the 70 sons of El and Asherah. And according to the Canaanite pantheon, Yahweh ends up getting into this cosmic battle with El and takes over and then becomes basically the consort of his mother, Asherah. And so the Hebrews take, because the gods at that time were localized, which is why you get
exactly
the
aligns with the Sumerian myths as well. Because
exactly.
Basically what you're describing is the exact same Sumerian myths of Inanna and Ai and Enlil.
Yep.
Let me just read this really quick, just for point of context, because I did find it. It's going to be in Proverbs chapter 8. I won't read the whole chapter to you, but just some interesting verses if you don't mind.
Hey, check this out real quick. Check this out real quick as you read. Look, you see like the story, right? You see like and then look, who's this? This is the Inanna.
Oh, damn, nice.
So in the
from the 7 tablets of creation.
Yeah, I had this for.
Is that from the 7 tablets of creation?
Yeah, no. This part. This is Inanna, the figure that you have. See, because with Isis, she was holding She
Oh,
was
from
holding
Egypt.
the Ankh. Yeah, in Egypt, ISIS. No.
from Egypt,
In
yeah.
Egypt,
Yeah.
ISIS is holding the Ankh, but Inanna was holding a sphere and a rod because she was the Ankh. Get it? They understood this was the Ankh, not the symbol of ISIS, which was later. This was you just type in Inanna statue, and then we took liberty of behind the mystical kingdom, and then this one is Socrates, because everyone wants to be the philosopher, but the philosopher is trying to escape his own fucking mind, right? And this is the orbit of thought.
That's fucking cool.
And then you rise up. This is actually from the Louvre in Paris. It's a 16-foot statue of Hercules slaying Hydra.
It just keeps blurring. Is it just me, or does YouTube censor?
No, this
censor
is
it?
No,
this
it's
is
going
his
in and out
camera.
from his camera. His camera.
Yeah,
Yeah, that
an-
is some cool
an
shit.
AI
there.
kind of blur thing
This
going on.
This is just some context, so that because I know they got some Christians here, and they
That
always say,
looks
"Oh,
dope
bullshit!
as fuck,
Wisdom
bro.
was never
Sick
deified in
Yeah,
the
go.
Testament, but wisdom actually was." So this
Go ahead.
is wisdom's call in chapter 8 of Proverbs, starting around verse 12. I, wisdom, dwell together with prudence. I possess knowledge and discretion. To fear the Lord is to hate evil. I hate pride and arrogance. Evil behavior and perverse speech. Counsel and sound judgment are mine. I have understanding and power. And remember, it's personifying. You hear, so the word I, this pronoun, right? This direct, this tells you I is wisdom talking, not God, right? So I and hate pride, evil behavior, and perverse speech. That's wisdom talking. Counsel and sound judgment are mine. That's wisdom's. I have understanding and power. By me, kings reign, and rulers make laws that are just. By me, princes govern, and all nobles who rule on earth. I love those who love me, and those who seek me find me. These are words, this is vernacular that people try to ascribe to Jesus, but this is actually the God is wisdom here. Enduring wealth and prosperity. My fruit is better than fine gold. What I yield surpasses choice silver. I walk in the way of righteousness along the paths of justice, bestowing wealth on those who love me and make their treasures full. The Lord brought me forth as the first of his works. So the first created one is actually the God is wisdom, before his deeds of old. I was appointed from eternity, from the beginning, before the world began. When there was no oceans, I was given birth, and when there were no springs abounding with water. Before the mountains were settled in place, before the hills, I was given birth. Before he made the earth or its fields or any of the dust of the world, I was there when he set the heavens in place, when he marked out the horizon, the face of the deep, when he established the clouds above and fixed securely the fountains of the deep, when he gave the sea its boundary so the waters would not overstep its command, and when he marked out the foundations of the earth. I was the craftsman at his side. And it goes on and on telling you about wisdom's role in creation. But I just think that's really cool shit if you actually read the scriptures and take it at face value.
Fucking arrogant prick bragging.
Yeah.
In my opinion.
The
But
very,
isn't that the
very
same
Greek.
story as the? This is almost like what if you were listening to Sophia from the Divine Pymander in first person talking.
Well,
Yeah, but
And remember that the Proverbs and the Psalms are the two oldest scriptures actually in the entire Bible. They go back way into antiquity, way before, like Omar was saying, most of the Torah was actually written in between the 6th to 4th century before the Common Era.
Well,
Yeah, I mean, I wonder if you've seen what the Hebrew scholars say about this.
The thing is, it's not the only thing they personify. They personify love as as an entity, as a God of love. They say God is love.
Yeah, but that's not their interpretation. That's not their interpretation. Right? They believe it's like the spirit, right? Like the Shekinah and
actually, that's interesting that you mentioned that. I was about to mention that. Here's the thing: like I got into, you can see on my YouTube channel, I have like a multi-hour debate with Rabbi Tovia Singer, and we're getting deep into like literal biblical translations. And he starts trying to dance around, and square the circle about like the ancient Jews, like during the times in First Temple, they recognize and it's all over Solomon talking about the other Elohim. It's just that Yahweh was their Elohim, and all the other female Elohim also existed. And for example, every Jew today, they take away Yahweh's wife, which is Asherah, but every Jew on Friday prays. The first prayer they do is they're praying that Yahweh, right, that God, which they call Hashem, will, and his Shabbos wife, his Shabbat wife, which they call the Shekhinah, will bless their table with the presence. Shekhinah is like the divine, is really more of a Kabbalistic aspect of the divine feminine aspect of God, separate from God. So it's not the Ruach, it's this being, so to speak, that only materializes on Shabbat. But
Exactly.
that being always existed as the goddess known as Asherah, who was originally the wife of El before Yahweh was even a major Elohim. And this is biblical because it's in the Ugaritic text. You can see the pantheon.
And
Okay,
there's
you don't
also,
even
I got
you don't
a
get this
controversial.
yeah, there's a female personification of of wisdom in Plato's Republic. I don't believe it's all that remarkable.
Yeah. You don't even get
I
this
got a
this
con-
push towards
I got a
henotheism
controversial
until you get
question.
into
Give me a theme.
and you don't even get this push to henotheism until Jeconiah's first reform and Josiah's second reform. It's henotheism, and then you get a push towards monotheism that late in the culture. It gets really starts, and then you get, like I said, Second Temple Judaism is where they put the influence of Zoroastrianism.
Here,
But go ahead, I'm sorry.
yeah. By the way, Zoroastrianism is one of the first things I learned because, being like Pashtun, my uncle Ahmed Shah was like a Sufi, and so through Sufism, like the most poetry, of course, and Rumi and all that other stuff, right? But it's intertwined in it. But even when you go look, for example, at like the various orders of like Christian mysticism, like on the higher levels, you have the Magi degree, and the Magi was the Zoroastrian priests. And so the ancient mysteries within the priest and shaman class of these Zoroastrians were injected into Islam when these Muslim armies started to conquer East. They went through half of Persia and started slaying everyone. So these Zoroastrians priests cleaned the temples out, converted to Islam, and you see within like the first 30 years, you see this influence of Zoroastrian works into that, and what would later become less than 80 years after Islam was even created and started conquering after Muhammad died, you start seeing what we call now as Sufism. And so during the First Crusade, a lot of these Christian knights started to learn from these Sufis in those temples in the Holy Lands. And that's how Christian mysticism started. But it's all just cyclical with, by the way, so this is interesting. I said, pull up the ancient Semitic understanding of the biblical hierarchy according to a combination of the Hebrew Bible, the Ugaritic text, and the Dead Sea Scrolls. So here's what, this is what it says. It says El Elyon. This is actually incorrect. The highest would be El, then there would be El Elyon, then there would be the Elohim. So this is more of like some Kabbalistic shit. But can you read that, or is it too small? It's too. Can you guys see that, or is it too small?
We can see the main title.
I can read it.
Yeah, we can see the poster.
I see it.
It seems like the 7 level that's more Kabbalistic. That's not really.
It's getting closer though.
Can I?
No, I'm saying it's getting closer to accuracy. I can see it just fine because I'm using my phone as well.
So you have so the interesting part about all this, right, is we have found Dead Sea Scrolls, right? And the Dead Sea Scrolls have, like, one of the most important things I think about the Dead Sea Scrolls is that we see a what is that verse? We find the verse, it's Deuteronomy 30, hold on. Yeah, Deuteronomy 30, chapter 32, verse 8 through 9, right? Watch this. Let's pull this up. This will tell you everything. Now, this is where I can in a month I'm going to start getting into these conversations with the rabbis, and because they can't square this circle. This is the problem. Let's see here. I think the most
important thing of the Dead Sea Scrolls is that it showed that the Messianic movement was warlike.
Warlike?
Yeah, and they were waiting for a Messiah that would lead them in war.
I mean, technically speaking, that's part one of the roles of, he was going to be a king and a general, right? Apparently. Let's see, chat. Okay. So let's go. I'll just type in Deuteronomy, right? Let's see what comes. Oh yeah.
Really quick, while you're doing that, Omar, let me just mention one while you're doing that really quick, let me just mention one other thing, because I can't see who's talking here, so I apologize if I'm over talking anybody. But somebody mentioned something about love was personified. But if you actually look, one of the more interesting personifications, in my opinion, is that God refers to the Hebrews as his firstborn son. And we know that the
Son?
suffering servant in Isaiah is actually a reference to Israel and the righteous remnant.
Exactly.
Where Christians like to, and there's a prophecy in Isaiah 53 that refers to the Messiah. That's not there, actually. It's actually a reference to the righteous remnant. But we can
Yeah.
get into that,
Yeah.
all day.
Yeah,
That's
well,
how
I agree.
Christians try to make
Well, you know their interpretation of this, right? They say there's two
I
messiahs.
do, yeah.
There's the
I've got a series. I've got a series. Yeah, but there's no justification for that. I've got a series of videos I do on my channel where I debunk failed biblical prophecies. I do it the first Sunday of every month. And Omar, you should stop by one of those Sundays. I'm sure you'd have a lot to offer that one of those conversations. Because and it's not to say that I don't, that people shouldn't believe in God or whatever. I just like to debate arguments. I don't care if it's about flat Earth or anti-evolution or whatever.
How is it a failed prophecy? I don't get it.
No,
Because it's not about it's not about Jesus. It's not about Messiah. It's about the righteous remnant of Israel.
Right.
And so it's not come true yet. Still,
right. But the Jews never claimed that they were writing it about Jesus.
No, the Jews don't. The
That's
Christians
the point. The
Right.
Christians do. They
So
say
just
the suffering
Christians you're talking
servant.
about.
I'll go you one
Yep.
further.
So you're
There's
saying
no
the
such
Christian prophecy
thing as
failed, but not the
prophecy.
Jewish one.
Okay, check this out.
No, the Jewish one is unfulfilled. So you can't say it's a filled prophecy because it hasn't been fulfilled yet. But you also can't
That's
say it's a
right, yeah.
failed prophecy either. But it's
Yeah, that's
it's
what
not
I'm
been
saying,
fulfilled
yeah.
yet.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So you're only saying the Christian one failed to be.
No. What he's saying is that Christians will go when they're talking about Jesus as the Messiah was prophesied in the Old Testament in their ad hoc interpretations. They will say that in Deuteronomy 43 is talking about the suffering servant. Who else could that be? But if you both start at 40, you can see it's the people. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm aware of the argument.
Oh, okay. Sorry.
Yeah, I'm aware of the argument. Actually, I was just pointing out the the suffering Messiah. They say there's two Messiahs, right? One is Messiah son
ben
of
Joseph.
Yeah, and then the other is Messiah son of David. So they have actually, advanced a different interpretation of this, and that doesn't discount their prophecy as unfulfilled, right? So just to clarify, that would be two different prophecies. But obviously, the Christian one is a reinterpretation of Isaiah and other stuff. So that's why I'm saying he would only be saying that one of them failed.
I'm about 3 months out from doing the Jewish dilemma because right now I'm about to start the Christian dilemma. But I will tell you that the
Take it
problem
easy, objective ethics. He just got kicked again by his phone.
Did he? Oh.
Yeah, I kind of have to step away too, but I appreciate you guys. Thank
That
you
was a
guys
great
for chatting with
conversation,
me.
y'all.
Yeah,
definitely do this again.
I was just gonna.
I gotta go too. I've got work in the morning, and that's in a few hours.
Let's pull that. Let me just show you this one thing. This is this one last thing here. So if you see, this is the Masoretic. When the Most High gave the nations their inheritance, divided, right? They'll say, for Yahweh portioned his people, Jacob the allotment. This is the Masoretic, which would be the Pharisees changing, right? This is what they say. The Dead Sea Scrolls say, sons of God and divine beings, Masoretic sons of Israel. Now, Dead Sea right here, sorry, okay. He established the boundaries of the people according to the numbers of sons of Elohim, the number of sons of God, right? That's in 4Q, right? In the Deuteronomy. So now then you go to the Ugaritic text, which by the way, is they say between 1200 and 1500 BC, okay? The Ugaritic text specifically say, where is it? It's okay for yeah. No, it doesn't say that. Where is it? Anyway, I'll leave it alone. It basically says the same thing as the Dead Sea Scrolls. So you have the oldest known writings that have a lot of general writings, but do have a story that matches Deuteronomy 32, verse 8 through 9. But it says that after the flood, that El Elyon, the Most High, parceled the land for 70 tribes, for 70 Elohims, and 70 parcels of land, right? And then it's specifically talking about and that's how the entire history of it was. But for the Masoretic Bible, which every Abrahamic faith believer believes in, it says, for Yahweh, his people were given Israel. It's not there anywhere other than the Masoretic, which is written in like 1500s. So it was like they changed it. No, 1200s. I'm sorry. Yeah. They changed it in the 1200s.
So this is essentially the same thing as changing all references to Sheol and Hades in the New Testament to hell.
It's creating Lucifer as God has Satan, and so then Jesus needs his Skeletor. So then you create the story of Lucifer being like his antithesis in the physical form on the earth, but really it's just all taken from a complete
Antichrist.
mistranslation of
You see,
Isaiah.
to me, like, and I know
14:12.
this is different for everybody, but to me, this is the norm for religions and their beliefs. They all change. None of them are static.
Yes.
Every single one of them change over time.
100%.
Yes.
100%. And that's the
I
key.
thought
The
this
reason
was
why
supposed to be a chaos panel. I want my atheist fucking AI generated picture of the world.
yeah, the reason why I do
Just
the
go to Google
theological
and type
debates.
planet Earth.
Yeah, that's true. That's the funniest shit out. But listen, let's
Google San Francisco.
guys, Wednesday with Balderson, we're diving into the mysteries and all this stuff. You know, all this stuff is like the subject matters. We did logos. We did what did we do? We did something else. Then we did logos. And I think this week we're supposed to do what is the soul, right? But we'll dive into everything. So let's keep the mysticism going and leave the politics and theology for designated times. You know.
Yeah, for Wednesday. That's exactly what I was getting at. Is like fuck.
You know,
dude.
we
Everybody's
debunked Effigy's bullshit about the about the Earth not in fact being hot in the center, and
Oh
Wait,
god.
when did I say what's on it? Look, the literal only thing I've gotten wrong this whole night tonight was that I did not know actually or remember that Earth had a solid core at its very, very center.
Well, if you said that, I'd be like, oh, that makes sense.
Like,
But like
oh,
liquid,
okay.
I'm like liquid. No, I'm just joking. I just think the whole listen. I'm not buying anything, man. I think I'm a classical skeptic. I think I'm just a general classical skeptic. But I'm searching and I'm completely wide open to find like here. Show me the
And
truth.
by
please.
classical skeptic, you mean a person desperately trying not to be a nihilist?
Yeah,
I mean, I'm right there with you, buddy.
yeah. I don't think I'm a nihilist. I've been told one person told me I was a nihilist.
I try
and
every
so-
day not to be a nihilist.
Yeah, one person tried to be like, "Are you a nihilist?" And I was like, "Why?" I'm like, "I'm completely happy and positive." They're like, "Yeah, but your outlook seems to be somewhat dark on the whole thing." I'm like, that's because look what the fuck was going on in the history of the entire humanity. Like, where was the day? When was the time when everyone was in any form of kumbaya ever?
I mean, what's the
Oh,
difference between a nihilist and a realist? There's not much of a difference.
Great question, actually. That's a great
I got a
perspective.
question.
I mean,
got a
to tell you the
question.
truth, like I don't believe things have intrinsic meaning, so I probably am a nihilist.
Yeah.
Well, you can't be.
What
a
about your
nihilist
life? What about your life? Does your
everything.
life have
It's like-
intrinsic meaning to you?
Intrinsic meaning? No, we create meaning.
To you?
That's what humans do.
No, to
Yeah.
you.
All meaning is
Okay.
created.
I completely
Sure.
agree, Effigy.
Yeah, my
But I think meaning has to be attached to something.
No, it doesn't.
You
can't
just
have-
made an argument for an unmoved mover, Effigy, just so you know.
I mean, nothing cannot have meaning.
I really didn't.
No, you did. You said all meaning is created.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Shut up, Clay. Just stay in the back and keep cucking.
Right after I said that nothing has intrinsic meaning.
So you create meaning, right?
Yes, I create meaning.
You
Yes, as a
create
conscious
meaning.
agent, I create meaning.
Yeah. At some point, there's got to be an unmoved mover on that one.
I don't
pointing
think
it
so.
out.
I think that's a logical leap. In fact, I'm not even sure what those two things have to do with each other.
Hey, may I ask a
There's
quick
got to be an
question?
origin for that, right?
Well, I
Somebody's
remember
taking
my
a sh-
ever my
Somebody's
my
taking a
ever-moving
shit
mover.
and wants to ask a question.
Yeah.
Where do you derive your
He's got no respect for the
epistemological,
outside. He's in the
ontological-
public bathroom. That's why you get that echo.
Effigy, when you say believe, what do you mean by believe? I mean, can we understand your?
Believe means to take something to be true.
What are the three?
Yeah, but
laws of
but when you
Truth
say
means to comport with reality.
yeah, but when you say take,
Reality is all that
exactly?
exists.
Yeah, but when
What
you
is
say when you
telos?
say exist, like tell me exactly what you mean by exist. I mean, I have no idea.
What is telos?
They're like when you say when you
They
say
do that in a J Dial voice.
Oh
yeah,
my
fuck
God.
that guy. I only got a piece of it one time. I put him in my. I went right for the throat, and he hung up on me. And then he muted me, and then started talking shit. He muted me. I said, Jay, according to your worldview, can God be a planet? And he's like, no. I'm like, really? Not even the sun? He's like, no. And I said, so if you worship God through the sun, is that considered blasphemy or heresy? He's like, yeah, you cannot worship. I said, okay, so then how the fuck can God be a man? And then he muted it and started calling me a.
God was a pigeon, a burning bush, a rock, according to the Bible.
Yeah, but there was just the way I did it because I've been so eager to like get it. So I lit, he thought he was talking to some sun worshiping fool, and then I realized I said, okay, well, so it was. We have someone named Howard Ramberg.
Oh, Howard is cool as fuck.
Is that Ben's Howard?
Yeah.
That's
Me.
Howard.
Hey, Howard.
What's up?
Hell Odin.
What's up,
guys?
Hell Odin.
Skull,
Hey, Loden.
Skull brother.
Hail Odin, brother.
Is my phone breaking up? I'll just jump out because it's probably going to be.
No, you sound good, brother.
Yeah,
We're probably going to be getting off pretty fast, but we're gonna be all prepped for Wednesday. Now we got some thinkers, some more people to join, like Effigy and Machine Lives and Darth, Clay. Wednesday is it'll be interesting, man. We'll dive into some serious stuff. We were talking about flat Earth, the firmament Earth, Jesus Earth, Jewish Earth.
Yeah.
What did we pull up? We pulled up. I went to ChatGPT. I said, show me New Testament Earth, and it showed a big picture of Jesus, like above the earth. And then I said Muslim Earth. It didn't even. What did it show me from Muslim Earth? But
we didn't see that one.
We were diving into
the 72 virgins, bro. I want to see it.
It's genius. It's genius. Imagine all you have to tell people is there's going to be it's basically a strip club of a strip club of not dirty whores for you.
It's a strip club with no strippers. All right.
Well,
they're all yours.
Well, it only said 72 virgins. It didn't specify whether these were women. It could be just Discord mods.
Yeah.
It's actually going to be rhinoceroses.
Remember, if you have 72 virgins, then in essence, in your mind, these are Arab men. Think about it. They're thinking, I have pure property that I can do anything I want to any of them. I can make some of them my whores, some of them my massage therapists, some of them my, Monday. Bro, you're thinking King Solomon, bro.
Well, this entity is
Adam would love that.
Well, this entity is speaking like a legal demon, right? It said 72 virgins, but it didn't specify what kind of virgin. So it could just be chickens.
Is it 76? Is it 72? I don't. Whatever. It's more than enough. There's only 52 weeks a year, so if you get mad at a few of them, you can send them off and still have enough. It's smart.
We could trade
a lot of them are into the goats. So
if there were only 7, but if there were only 7, then there wouldn't be 2 billion Muslims on Earth. Think about it.
Right. That's a good point.
He should have said 700, like Solomon.
Yeah.
If I would have done it, I would have said I would have been like, heaven's going to basically be your King Solomon. And I would have said you would have your own kingdom.
You got 72. Blow up this tower, dude. Fucking hurry up.
What?
They were operating on the 6-day calendar.
Let's take a vote. Does the Earth have 13 months, or is there really 12 months?
Ooh, that's an interesting question right there.
They're actually 13.
The
seriously.
Gregorian calendar is way off.
Isn't that 13?
It's 13.
There's 13.
Well, there was a what was it, the zodiac sign that got thrown away, basically.
Yeah.
And the hours of the day.
Yeah.
It was a complete. Oh, he says Effigy has atheist Earth.
Hey, I have a little question.
Yeah,
go for it.
It's about the definition of Elohim. So in Hebrew, El is single, but Elohim, it sounds plural. What is your?
Because it is.
The Elohim. So the Elohim, El. So if you go biblical, or if you go Masoretic, or if you go Dead Sea Scrolls, which are very old, or if you go the Ugaritic text, which was a Semitic tribe in a Semitic tribe in modern day Syria, they have they have the same exact verse from Deuteronomy 32, talking about post flood. And so, I guess also Kabbalistic Jews also would look at it a very similar way. And in the Kabbalistic way, they have you heard of the Simsum?
No.
Simsum is the constriction, basically saying El is the unmaterialized, unmanifest, right? God, the highest, right? And in order for God to be that cannot be seen to be seen, it has to go through a constriction. So the first constriction was from El to El Elyon, which is God Most High, right? When Melchizedek spoke to Abraham, before he was Abraham, to Avram, he said, he's used El Elyon, right? And then from El Elyon was like the breakthrough of the firmament where the Elohim come. The Elohim are plural, and there are various Elohim. So whether you look in Enoch 1, which was 7 generations down from Adam, where they describe and name the Elohim and which gifts they brought, which correlates to the same various names of Elohim outlined in the Ugaritic text, and the various Elohim that we know, whether it was the Elohim that they worshipped in Tyre, in the King Hiram during the time of Solomon, or whether it was the Elohim in pre-Israel Canaan, which was Baal, or all the other Elohim, Dagon. There's so many of them that were known, and those were also just various. Those are various Elohim, but each different tribe worshipped a different Elohim as like their God, so to speak. But they all knew that the Most High is El Elyon, and the highest was El. And Yahweh was worshipped in the Deuteronomy 32 portion that we find from the Ugaritic text, which is 12 to 1500 BC. It says 70 Elohims were given 70 pieces of land and 70 tribes, and it mentions that there were lesser or younger Elohim, and Yahweh was one, given a people without a land. And so that ties directly into the biblical story, because when the Hebrew people, which not all the Hebrew people on earth were in Egypt, right? But many were. Those that were free were given titles, so to speak, but were not given a land. And the land that they later came and conquered.
Who's whacking their pud?
During King Saul.
Oh shit! Someone's masturbating.
Sounds like someone's breaking ice, but maybe they're hitting their dick with a bat. But they're hitting their dick with a bat because of the story is breaking their mind.
Yeah.
But like, no, it's all been a lie. But the fucking what was we saying? So I got like the track was early there Yahweh was considered it was called Yahwism, and so around the time that King Saul was appointed and started basically taking over, which was through war, then King Saul was replaced by King David. King David continued the conquering through war, and then King David ruled for 30 years in the land that we call Israel. But even when it was Israel, it was 2 kingdoms. It was Israel, Samaria with 10 tribes, and Judah, which was like 2.5 tribes, let's say, right? And they were at war the whole time with each other, but technically spiritual war. They had arguments over how they're going to worship, what they were going to do. They were arguing over people worshiping other Elohim because they were Semitic people with other Elohim that came to the lands of Israel. It's all over the Tanakh. And then there was the 40 years that King Solomon reigned. And then after that, 722 BC, the Assyrians invade the northern kingdom. The 10 tribes go. And then less than 200 years later, the Babylonian invasion of the Jews in Judea to Babylon, and that's where Jewish history starts, and the rest of the history of the lost tribes disappear. And then you have the formation of of the religion that we would call Judaism today, centered around 2 tribes of Judah.
Yeah, that's fascinating. Thank you. And
That's just historical. I mean, that's just the historical, literal, accurate, historical with biblical, literal translation. No opinions.
Yeah.
Hey Howard. Hey Howard, you cocksucker.
Yo, Jody.
You want to prove that I want to prove that I'm not white knighting for fucking Omar.
Okay,
All
let's
right?
go. Let's go.
He's a fucking gay French painter. All right.
Okay, that's a good one. You can do better.
But that doesn't prove that you're not white knighting for the French gay painter.
Yeah. What if that sounded like a compliment?
Bro, there's like so many people that are saying that I'm white knighting for you. And I'm like, what the fuck, dude? I'm just trying to
prove
have
you're not.
It's funny.
Jody,
You and
Jody, the
You're
idea
not-
that you're even like feeding it is the reason why it's being said to you.
Yeah.
It would be like, dude, when I first started coming to these panels every single night, first thing someone does is say I'm wearing makeup. Then they start they say, "Oh, you're wearing the guy with the makeup on." Oh, and I'm
Anchor
like, oh,
baby.
that means I got you. And then they'll be like, "Yeah, the one." Some white racists will call me anchor baby.
Anchor
Some other people
baby.
call me a Jew.
Anchor
Some other people
Muslim.
they call me a Jew. They call me a Muslim. It's like, oh, but if I fed into it, I'm not Jewish. I'll prove it. Or I'm not a Muslim. Then they would keep it going.
Yeah, but
Yeah.
Clay is a Bible thumper. That's fucking. There is no ifs, ands, or buts about it.
What's a Bible thumper?
Dude, don't play games with me.
I don't think
No,
Clay's
what's
a
a-
Bible
what-
thumper.
No, I'm really not. You have no idea. You have no idea what a Bible thumper is. You're calling me a Bible thumper, my friend.
Clay is a Jesusian.
Yeah, I wouldn't call Clay a Bible thumper either.
Jesusian.
Yeah. Yeah. Clay's about
Jesus.
Jesus.
In fact, I would say that one of the defining characteristics of a Bible thumper is that they don't fucking open the Bible.
Key.
Oh, that's good. That's good.
Yeah, I just played you. Yeah, they have no fucking idea.
They don't
Nothing
care.
bothers me more than someone trying to tell me that they're like Rocky misquote. Rocky will just come up with some shit.
Oh,
Jesus
Rocky.
says out of nowhere. This guy will just be like, that's why Jesus said, if you eat my flesh and drink my blood, you will be saved. Like, when the fuck did Jesus tell anybody that shit, man?
Man, I would
What
love to
the
ask Rocky some questions one day.
No, but think about it. Think about this. Think about this. If any man at any point in history comes up to another man at any point in history and tells them, if you eat my flesh and drink my blood, you will go have eternal life. You'd be like, what?
You a fucking vampire?
No, I would think that they were trying to do something super homosexual. That's why I was first thing.
Yeah.
They're both.
First
They're
thing I would
both
think, and then the
Bring
second
back
thing I would think
the
is maybe he's a
gay
murderer.
vampires.
Like, eat my
I mean,
booty-
do you
eat my
know-
booty hole?
Do you know Agape Fest?
No,
That used to be like a early Christian ritual, and so in Agape Fest, the Eucharist also included like drinking semen.
oh man.
Whoa, bro.
Hold on, this is some Almond Hillman stuff?
I don't know who that is.
Almond
The
Hill.
guy-
Oh my god.
The guy who's like the
Oh,
purple.
dude.
They were drinking the purple. Where did they get the purple? Oh, God, man.
Yeah.
That's insane.
like-
yeah.
He's
That's
like,
yucky.
it's like, it's from the boys, the children.
Purple. He's
Yeah,
just
burning purple. That's
retarded.
right. Sorry. Here we go.
All right, I
This
gotta
was
get out
the-
of here. Great conversation, everybody. Hope to do it again.
Here,
Take
we
care.
just saw.
Take care.
Just read this real quick. One lunar cycle is 29 days. One solar year, 365, and 12.37 lunar months. Right, 13 months of 28 days. So now you can sleep well, Effigy. We solved the problem.
Yeah.
That's how the 13 month
Mystery
comes
solved.
in. 13, 28 days. Right? Let's see what burning purple looks like. Burning purple.
Oh God, please don't.
Show
Please
me.
don't.
Burning purple. That guy's he's like this. It's like they took it from the prepubescent children. Oh, what do you think? Okay. Oh God. And just like dude, this guy's about to come in his pants talking about children.
Yeah, it's so gross.
Something's wrong with that guy, man.
So I was actually just entertaining that chaos in his channels for like a couple of months ago, right? And it's just progressively more and more retarded, more degenerate, and it's like there's not even remotely any knowledge of anything, like, and I'm just like, why? It's just sort of entertaining like a while ago, but now it's just like,
you want me to tell you what this?
Now I figure out he's actually part of this cult, and he's part.
He
of
created
this, like,
a cult,
fucking harming children and shit. I'm like,
yeah.
what the fuck?
Let me tell you what this cocksucker is. This guy
Joey, that's
is
true. This actual like dangerous man. This guy. Right?
There, you know who? Have you heard of Aleister Crowley?
Yeah.
Right,
He's
Aleister Crowley.
Aleister Crowley, yeah.
Yes. So Aleister Crowley called himself the wickedest man in the world. He prided himself in being this. Yes, he was a part of the Hermetic Order of the Golden Dawn. But he prided himself as this like Satanist during the New Age movement. Right. Here's the thing. Right. This guy was a World War I spy for England, and he came to America. Right. And he created the concept of sex magic with a K. Right. And so his whole idea was he's going to summon things. But we basically had a super gay orgy with lots of drugs, and they were using bodily fluids, right? And so at the end, it turned out that this guy died. He died of syphilis on heroin with gonorrhea. It was a horrible death, and that was the end. But he was this counterculture Satanist, right? All Amon Hillman is another Aleister Crowley, a man who has no wisdom, he claims, partial truths, made up stories, no magic whatsoever, fake magic, and the only power he has is the faith other people give him. He's a fucking fraud.
He's not even a good Aleister Crowley. He's it's just like retarded, yeah. At least Aleister Crowley had some charisma.
So I was looking up the agape, whatever it was.
I don't know.
That right there, historians say that it never actually took place.
And Blavatsky,
a rumor thing.
At least Madame Blavatsky had some information in her book Isis Unveiled, although she just copied a bunch of information. It came out that she was doing fake seances, and her, her stuff. Again, these people all are they have the power of the moment, because in the 1820s and 1920s, during this New Thought movement, people were searching for the mystical and the occult. And you get this like very big, very large Siberian woman who smokes and drinks with the men and has all this information and tells you mystical stories about coming back from India. And you got her cuck husband who just sat there silent, and just looked like a fucking scientist, who did nothing. And she came out and found that little Indian guy and Krishnamurti, and it's just blah 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 down the whole line of the thoughts. But you see the chain of events, because Aleister Crowley, when he came to LA, he opened up his Thelema, and one of the first people he had, besides Captain Jack Parsons, who created the rocket propulsion for NASA, but he had a young man named L. Ron Hubbard.
Yes.
And so they had their sex magic rituals, and you're allowed to do all the crazy stuff with men and women, and men and men and women and women. But after and between rituals, you're not allowed to touch other people's, girlfriends, wives, etc. Well, it turned out that L. Ron Hubbard was fucking Captain Parsons' wife out of ceremony, a heresy, blasphemy, and they got kicked out. L. Ron Hubbard took what he learned from Thelema, started writing science fiction books, and then created a religion, right, based off the science fiction of it. But in the deep aspect of it is the mind control components of people. And this is the things that people have to watch out for. This is the most dangerous part of faith, is because when I said to that jackass Darth Dawkins, remember, I said all faith is blind because it requires you believe in something you've never experienced. He's like, that's not the biblical definition. Well, there is no biblical definition. Which Bible are you talking about? But faith is something that you can have in something you have experienced and can feel. But if you have faith in something you have never experienced, you're taking the word of another. It's a very dangerous thing because they will always evolve the story. It will never stop. It'll become more and more mystical because then Blavatsky's assistant was Alice Bailey. Alice Bailey allegedly was somewhat of a psychic, and guess what she opens? The Lucifer Trust. You know, now we're moving into a lot of this is the godmother of the eugenics. You know, so it just goes down the rabbit hole into darker and darker shit.
Who is she again? I'm not familiar with her.
Alice Bailey. When Helena Blavatsky died, Alice Bailey took over the Theosophical Society, which was her religious organization. One of the things they did was they created the Lucifer Trust, which was translated to the Lucis Trust, which was recognized, one of the first organizations recognized by the United Nations. And also Annie Besant.
It's now Scientology, right?
Not directly, but everything. L. Ron Hubbard. No, yeah, L. Ron Hubbard's not from this. L. Ron Hubbard was tied to Aleister Crowley.
And Jack Parsons, yeah.
So what was her deal?
Crowley.
And so when you see this guy who's like calling himself 666,
I was thinking
the most wickedest man, he was trying. Yeah, that's where they get all their inspirations from. This guy pretended to be a dark sorcerer. He had a gay lover he said he found he found the Necronomicon and took his gay lover Squire to Egypt, and the guy never came back. And after that, he said he unlocked a very powerful spirit that he could summon at any time. Yeah, this one. And this spirit he would bring in during the sex magic rituals.
That's Lamb.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I don't remember too much.
He wasn't doing drugs at all.
Of course, yeah. And you know, again, so you know, this inspires a lot of people, and you know, and of course, you have who's that disgusting woman today? Who's a satanic artist? Woman, I can't remember. No, Marina Abramovich. Yeah, so Marina
Ocasio-Cortez.
Yeah.
Gwyneth
Yeah, so
with her fucking Gwyneth
you know, so
with her tuner candles.
This bitch talking about you know drinking.
Ilhan Omar.
Yeah, not yeah. They this is the spirit cooking. Watch, this is the spirit cooking, right? Look,
going to hell, dude.
No, read this. Spirit cook with a sharp knife cut deeply into the middle finger of the left hand. Eat the flesh. All the biggest celebrities and stuff were going to her little parties where they create. They take it off the internet, by the way. But look at this. Here's Lady Gaga and her little. We're gonna eat cakes and stuff. Look like humans, you know. And
That's
this is like,
yeah.
Look. Oh, look at this. Look at a little. This is no. She's not. She's not a Satanist. Not at all. She knows what she's doing.
She's just an artist, man.
Yeah, she's just an artist.
Yeah.
But the funny part is that when you see her connection to, who is the guy from who was the Democratic? Marina Abramovich was connected to. Let's see, Hillary Clinton, campaign manager. No, of course. Well, this guy is fucking piece of shit. What's his name? What's this?
That guy, yeah.
It's just a little late. Usually I'm John Podesta. John Podesta.
Yes.
Podesta.
John Podesta.
He is insane, dude.
Oh, we have all the children art. Look at this one. There's nothing wrong here. What?
We can't really see the what you're projecting.
Okay,
I can.
Sorry.
Well, yeah.
Here we go. You can't see that?
We just see the guy.
No, it's stuck on John.
Oh, how ironic it did that. How ironic it's not working. Funny.
Yeah, the satanic forces are controlling.
Here we go. Watch this. John. Here we go. Watch this. John. Yeah. No. Always. Watch.
They don't want us
John
to know
Podesta.
about John Podesta.
Never. That's why I always have so many problems in the Matrix. Look.
Okay.
Yeah. Look at all his pictures. Watch this. John Podesta's arts. Watch this. Nothing to see here,
bro.
Oh, they hide it. Look, I type his art. It doesn't show. It doesn't show. I just pulled it up over here. It shows children like tied up and like.
It reminds me of what they found on
here it
Epstein's Island.
Of course. Look.
This is fucking disgusting. They should be
Look.
fucking questions.
Who does
look at
this?
that. Look at that
Right?
shit, dude.
Now watch this. John Podesta.
It gets way
Blood.
deeper than you guys even
Watch
know.
this.
Yeah,
Judd,
Jody did.
wait till you see his little art depictions with his little.
Crazy.
There's the spirit cooking. He has weird pictures of him cutting his own finger in blood, and like this like super satanic image where he was giving his blood to Marina Abramovich. And then you go to this Marina Abramovich, and then you go, of course, go Rothschilds.
Yeah.
Dun 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 dun. Here's
That's the cream on the
Lucifer.
crop.
Yeah, look, here's the image. Here's Marina Abramovich bringing her art.
Just fucking do me a favor, just pull up Bohemian Grove.
Yeah, that's yeah.
For the longest time, everybody thought that it was a fucking myth.
That's my point.
What's the painting behind them? Like
This painting is from this is 1796. It's called Satan Summoning His Legions.
Ooh.
It looks
Right?
cool, but yeah.
Yeah, it does look
Right.
cool.
Now this
Cool.
this is the head Satanist witch on earth. She is the head witch, and who is the Rothschilds? Okay, why? Right, and and do they believe in God? Of course not. But they would tell you that God, they do worship God, and we're wrong because they worship the God on earth according to the Bible. God sent Satan down to rule. So they're saying they're just doing the God's work on earth. Now watch this. When you see King David, what's this current King Charles painting? This was the painting that they created for him. What's this? This was
I've seen that one.
Yeah, this was the image. And when you split the screen, when you split the screen on it, you can see him in the devil horns. So you have to play that when you split the screen. There's been plenty of people that image that.
All right.
Let's see. And so, but watch this though. I'll tie it all in for you real quick because the mystery is never because the Satanism has to tell you the spell. They have to tell you the abracadabra, right?
Yeah.
Now, so this is obviously a reminiscent of all these other paintings that you see of these satanic Satanist pictures of the 15, 16, 1700s. We just saw one, and this is one of him, right? Right as soon as he becomes king, this guy's telling him the inspiration. He's like, motherfucker, I know exactly what the inspiration is. Thank you for the painting. And he's hoping that 300 years from now, yeah, but here's the funny part. We have stories of this, right? See, the thing is people like to think today in this modern atheist world, whatever, that they say like, oh no, evil and spells and magic. And I just say to you, like, whenever on earth did anyone ever write that evil was exterminated from the earth or that magic and dark sorcerers were ever fucking killed? No such thing, right? Now, if I were to show you that King Charles is the fucking descendant of Dracula,
What?
Yeah.
you would think I'm fucking crazy, right? Now,
No, I completely.
King Charles
I've heard
is the
this.
literal.
Makes sense, right?
This is yes, exactly. The reality is the point, right? King Charles. Watch this.
Yeah.
Here we go. Watch this.
Isn't
King
that
Charles,
like Vlad the Impaler or something?
Yep. Watch this. Watch
Yeah.
this. Watch this. Now, King Charles gives an interview, right? He gives an interview. You can see the video where he literally. This is a British. This is not even a mystery, right? King Charles III is a descendant of Dracula and owns property in Transylvania. King Charles is the direct descendant of Vlad the Impaler, the man who's known as fucking Dracula, right? He lives in the castle every summer. He specifically says this is his most prized possession and family of his family tree, which was Dracula, who was what? Bathing in blood. And it's not even a mystery. So certain legends stay to tell us to be afraid while telling us it's a mystery. They tell you it's a mystery, it's just a story, but they make sure that you're afraid of it, right? Why? Because the power lies in us, because obviously we could just grab this guy and rip his fucking arms off his body and rip his legs apart with horses, right? That, and it wouldn't be that difficult. You would never get to him. And if the time ever went back in the day, you would be afraid thinking this guy's got supernatural powers. But do I think, and by the way, when you really break it down, you realize that this British family is not actually the British family. They're actually of the German descendants. They're the Saxe-Gothberg. They changed their name to Windsor.
I mean, are the English Germans?
I would like to clarify a couple things on Vlad, for instance. The Impaler, he was called the Impaler because he had his army. He wasn't a Dracula. He wasn't drinking fucking blood. But yeah,
yes, he was.
Okay.
Well,
sure. It's up
well,
to
the stories say from his own people that he would impaled 100 people in one day himself.
Yeah.
You know what that entails?
Right through the butthole.
Look at this. This is now
you're not sharing. You're not sharing, Omar.
Yeah.
Sorry, I realize that when I open a different one, it changes. Here's the thing, right? Now, what the apologetics for Vlad the Impaler is saying he was a victim of the Ottoman Empire, and his kids were given, and he was that's how it worked. The Ottoman Empire was an empire just like England, and when Rome was an empire, they took your princes to Rome to learn and to be civilized and learn to rule. They were creating empires. So when this little Romanian section, which by the way, the Austro-Romanian Empire became much bigger after that, and you can thank the Ottomans for teaching them how to be an empire. You know?
Yeah. But his nickname was Dragon.
No, Dragul. Dragul, which means the dragon. Yeah.
Yeah.
Even worse. That's even worse.
It's the dragon.
Yeah, the dragon. Now, so they would say he did these things to scare the Ottomans because the Ottomans were so large of an empire, and they needed to scare all these Muslim Ottomans of what's his name, who actually conquered Rome. And the answer is no, because this guy Vlad grew up with King Mehmet, the conqueror, who took Jerusalem from the Romans. He's the one who King Mehmet is one of the greatest war generals, kings ever from the Ottomans. He crushed the Western Roman Empire, the end of the Eastern. He finished the Roman Empire. Vlad was raised with him since a childhood because he was a prince of what would later be the Romanian Empire. They were not an empire. They were a small little ragtag kingdom, so to speak. Okay. This guy was fucking crazy. All right. And he got into the dark arts, allegedly, right?
Yeah. There's also
Elizabeth Bathory.
Like Elizabeth Bathory. Sorry. Elizabeth Bathory is like the other lady that drank blood, right? Which is different from
it is blood magic.
So they are kind of conflated sometimes, those two stories, but
no,
I think he drank blood. I think Dracula was into dark magic and stuff.
Bro, he was bathed
blood.
He would listen. Anytime there's two types of sacrifices and two types of spirits. One, you're giving your grace and your highest vibrations to, saying thank you. One, you're sacrificing, taking life and in its name, for its name. If you want to praise the evil, then you take a life and sacrifice it. Now, if you want to tap into the darkest evil, you would look. The reason why Jews and Muslims have something called halal and kosher is not because of the silly prayers that they say. These understandings happened way before Islam and Judaism, and it happened all around the world. The point is, you take the animal and you blindfold it so it can't see, and you slit its throat. The reason is so that if it feels any pain, if it gets scared, the chemicals that the brain releases out of fear and pain that goes directly into the blood will go through the throat and not saturate the flesh with that energy. That's the reason why you sacrifice an animal like this. But
I got a question.
hold on.
dude.
But if you wanted to do something and feed the evil, you would torture the animal first. You would torture the human first, and then you would sacrifice it when it's saturated with that chemical through the entire blood system, through the entire flesh. Right
It's
now,
kinda
if you wanted to do the ultimate evil, you would do that to the most innocent, which is called children.
Yeah.
This
it's
is
Yeah.
the hierarchy of evil.
It's
Yeah.
kind of like the monster X. You
Yeah,
know how
people
like
think it's like why are sorry Jody, I was like just thinking about how dark shamans, right? Dark shamans are approached
Exactly.
by demons. It's like, oh, they're all just pedophiles, it's all just gross people with weird sexuality and weird psychology. But it's like actually dark spirits will at one point start asking dark shamans, like, you have to go farther, you have to go deeper. And they're like, what? And so the demons tell them, like, yeah, it's time to hurt children. And that's
once you find out how dark it gets,
that's like
there
a
is no
portal
turning
that
back.
opens the new gateway to that other side. Because once you harm, anyway.
But it kind of functions like
you
the
can never
monster
go
X.
back, right? You start like a singularity point in your karma and everything, and you create death and destruction for
Yeah, I completely fucking agree, Howard. I mean, once you
It's awesome,
reach
man.
that point, there is no turning back.
And you become the sacrifice, right?
Exactly.
You sacrifice children.
You put your own soul up to the devil if you believe in the devil, for instance.
Yes.
And that's where because the word demon comes from the word daemon, which is Greek, and there are good and bad ones. Just like the word genie comes from the Arabic word jinn, which means spirit of fire or smoke. And so the problem is if someone has little to no experience, for example, if you decide to go smoke some DMT or drink some ayahuasca or drink something powerful in the middle of the Arabian deserts, you may get approached by a fucking genie. The difference is if you've never seen nothing before, this thing can tell you whatever it wants because you wouldn't know the difference. And this is how someone like Moses, think about it. How could Moses was raised as an Egyptian prince. He escapes Egypt, meets a girl, Zipporah, meets the father, who is a priest of El. He says, drink this, go up the mountain. He goes up the mountain. He sees a fucking burning bush and his spirit telling him a story. He's like, I am actually the God of Abraham. He's like, who's Abraham? First of all, I'm raised in Egypt. I don't even speak Hebrew. I don't even know I'm Hebrew till like fucking literally 2 days ago. And how the fuck would I know who the God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob is? And then he says, I am El Shaddai. I told your ancestor Abraham that I'm El Shaddai, but my real name is Yahweh. And he'd be like, how would he know true, false, whatever the case may be? All he knows is he's about to piss in his pants. And this spirit tells him, go do what I say. We're going to go conquer some other lands from some older Elohim that are no longer here in this dimension. You've summoned me. Now I'm taking your body. And now I'm going to go through you to cast spells and do magic.
Omar,
And so that's, yes.
I have like a wild thought. Okay, you think that maybe Moses was tricked?
Yeah, this is I'm going through the story from the perspective of the idea that Moses. Here's the thing, like, if you have no experience in these different dimensions, right? You have no fucking idea what you're doing, right? So, the first time that I, for example, drank ayahuasca, I saw the most unbelievable depictions of the universe. And if that was the only thing I saw, I would tell you for sure that I think I know about God. Then you have a second and third and a fourth. And on the fourth one, I saw something that was completely different from the first one, even bigger. Then I definitely knew. And then after about 10, you realize, okay, so no, I don't know. I'm seeing specific images of corners of the universe and potentialities. Okay. Then you go into hundreds and you live in the Amazon for 3.5 years and have over 500, 600 ceremonies in 3.5 years in the Amazon. And then you start to realize, okay, there is a method and a magic to the way this works. And through the voice, you're seeing things called ikaros. And ikaro is basically like a mantra, and you're able to control and to open up and have these medicines do specific things, right? And at this point now, I'm 15 years as an ayahuasquero. I've served over 15,000 people in this world, this medicine. I've drank it thousands and thousands of times. And I can tell you right now that the number one rule that any real shaman will tell you, it never speak to any spirits that appear to you, unless you want to find out the hard way. Right now, 2 of my teachers who told me that ended up going on the dark side. I mean, I literally watched them over the 7-year period go darker and darker and darker and darker and until I was like, well, I don't have anything else to learn from you now. And I realized, because the search for power, the problem is what once would blow your mind becomes something that becomes so normal that you keep looking for the visions, not understanding the only reason I was going was the search for self and the search for healing and the tools of Mother Nature and Father Nature to heal the children of Earth, right? I've never been searching for God, because I've already understood that God exists. I knew all this stuff before I drank ayahuasca, right? But if I wanted to be on the dark side, I'm telling you right now, it's very, 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 very easy to go into altered states of dimensions, especially through, by the way, chemical drugs. Just go take LSD, stay away from plant medicines. Go to ketamine and LSD and that shit, and just take that then you'll open up to those jinn. The jinn
and
Hey, Omar,
the jinn go through the chemicals much easier.
Since nobody's cammed up, so I can't raise my hand to ask a question. Should I put it in back chat?
You had a question, Jody. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm just, to answer the long story short, sorry, to answer the question, what I'm trying to say is it's very important to recognize that true power in the form of goodness does not appear to any of us to tell us to harm another. In one of my writings, it says, anything that tells me to harm one of my children or anyone innocent is not worthy of what's good in me. Therefore, it cannot be
because
God.
You're a good person.
Anyone who's a good person will share the same thing. The point is that someone searching for power. See, you can convince yourself. It's very easy to convince. Someone says, I would never steal $1 million. Well, you've never seen $1 million in cash in front of you, because you don't know if you would or wouldn't until you have an opportunity to do something.
I definitely would. And I think 99% of the people would.
It depends on the circumstance. My point, though, is that someone will go into something for the good reason, but then they'll find that the power is addictive, right? And so what happens is, just like if you have normal, when you first have your first girlfriend, you're like missionary, and as things progress, and as you start watching porn, for example, you start progressing in like the desires that you have and think about and want, you know what I mean? And you never stop thinking about them till you try them. You either like them or you love them, or you don't like them, but now you know. The point is, now you know, and it is not bad when it comes to consensual sex, but it is bad when it comes to your soul and doing the things on the dark side. And that's the problem. It's much harder to clean the soul than it is the mind.
Yeah.
I think everybody has a dirty soul. That's, in my opinion.
Do you believe in original sin, Jody?
I believe that you can't fucking just say a prayer and anything that you did goes away.
Yeah, that's by the way why on most of the time on Day of Atonement I don't practice it, because I generally don't believe it, that you did one terrible thing and then one day people think that God will forgive for all of their sins. No way.
By the way, that think of it like this: Yom Kippur today, they grab the chicken and they spin the chicken around, right?
Yeah, that's heresy.
You know why? You know why they spin the chicken around?
So the living being,
so it releases that chemical of fear that I was telling you about. Before you sacrifice it.
Adrenochrome.
Yeah.
which is evil.
Well,
Yeah,
the chemical is a byproduct because, like,
And they don't eat it. You know what they do? They feed it to other people, huh? They see if it was a righteous sacrifice, they
But
would
my
feed it to
thing-
your own
my-
family because it would be a blessing. If it's a dark sacrifice, you want to feed it to the freaking other nations. That tells you everything.
yeah.
That's the same thing with Haitian voodoo, by the way. They're not going to eat the chicken; they release it for someone else to catch it and eat it.
Yeah, I mean,
and voodoo.
The only thing on Day of Atonement, because some of my family members do not eat or do something. Sometimes I get along, but it's not for like religious purposes or something like this. Yeah, this is fucking disgusting. I can't stand it.
Right? This is the chickens. Dude,
When
they
I
swing the
see
chicken around.
pictures- When I see pictures like this, I mean, you know,
You're scared of a couple
totally
chickens?
not demonic, by the way.
It's the same thing they do to the bulls in Spain, right? Or the
Yeah, I mean,
It's a ritual.
there's animal sacrifices all around every continent, everywhere. I mean,
Yeah,
what
but
the fuck are we
again,
getting at?
they do it to
remember.
humans.
No, but
I mean,
exactly.
Thailand literally sacrifice. Some of the Thais sacrifice 7 buffaloes for one elder that passes away.
Yeah, but there's different.
And
Remember, there's different.
But they don't even eat the meat.
Well,
Oh, it's curses.
My whole question was about, like you were saying, like Dracula. That's all fucking propaganda bullshit, bro. Like Vlad, he fucking impaled
Yeah, gory.
his fucking. He did some fucked up shit because Romania was a very small fucking country.
You're
and
just
he wa-
repeating the propaganda I already told you. I already said that's the propaganda story that he was in fact a good guy and didn't do anything bad. But then
Yeah.
look at this. Yeah, but you can see you can see the quality of a tree by the fruits it makes. His grandson, his great grandson is the king of England with his satanic pictures. So Vlad somehow is a good guy, but his great grandson, ruler of England, with satanic pictures, is a good guy.
No,
They're all evil, bro. They're all
I'm
evil.
not at all. I'm not at all. I'm saying the Brits are the fucking worst of the worst.
Okay, well, that's his descendant. They're all evil, man.
Yeah.
That's my point.
So
I'm just trying to
what
say.
are-
What?
What are the Agori? What you're showing us right now?
Very Indian.
the Agori, dude.
So the Agori Sadhus are an interesting bunch in India. These are considered like the most pious of all the sadhus, right? And so they take a oath of pious of poverty. But here's the interesting part about them. They have interesting, fucking disgusting rituals, in my opinion.
Yeah.
Where
Yeah.
they say they become a holy temple. So in order to become a holy temple, you have to bypass the concept of good and bad in this earth. So they'll eat like human flesh,
Brains.
urine, everything imaginable. They say anything that goes into this temple
Yeah,
becomes
I'd rather-
holy. They
I'd
smoke
rather
something
not.
called the chillum nonstop, which is basically like weed and tobacco. But the interesting part, look, this guy's got a few human skulls on
Very
him.
hippie.
Yeah,
I
and
mean,
so
that's
they-
fine. I think you should smoke weed all the time, but like slow down
No,
on
but-
eating human brains.
yeah, but let me
Oh.
finish telling you. Let me finish telling you. So what they do is the very, very wealthy in the very here we go. The very wealthy in India, they're worried about their karma. Karma means actions. So they're worried about the actions of their experiences in life. So what they do is they'll make sure and they pay off and make sure that they can go take their body to the Ganges River and give it to the Agori when they die. With the agreement of two things. Number one, that they're going to consume a considerable amount of the flesh. And number two is they're going to burn the body on the pyre, and all of the ashes of that body, that person is going to be rubbed on their skin, thus absorbing the karma. They don't shower in water. They use ashes to dry them, to clean themselves. And so this is the concept of the Agori. It's very similar to all the other shit of all these other people all around the world. And
But yeah,
you know,
people are calling me a
when
fucking
yoga
white knight. People
when
are calling me
yoga-
a fucking white knight.
when
for
yoga
you,
becomes
when you
yoga
fucking
becomes
prove
bro, what are you
fucking facts.
talking about? What are you even talking about? When you're like distracting me. When white Americans started becoming yoga became like so popular, they start fucking white knighting for these people. Oh my God, they're the holiest. They're the sacred. They're the most sacred. Look at this guy's fucking eyes. Look at his eyes.
Demonic.
They don't look very holy.
Well, here's the thing. Notice how like it's very legalistic.
It looks a little bit insane.
They think they can transfer like the bad karma as if it were some sort of like evil particle.
Yeah.
And so now there's a depth that can be transferred, but this depth is like presupposing some sort of a legalistic system, because all the demons are legalistic. So they're all.
This is a demon right here. Look.
Yeah, look at that. And the hippies kind of reflect some of this, because what was the hippie movement about? It was about the undermining what is rational.
Flower power was all about peace, bro. Are you talking about like the 60s and 70s?
That's what they claim it was, but that was just a facade. That's just a marketing gimmick.
God damn, how deep is your wormhole? How old are you? I'm just curious.
30.
I'm not trying to be.
I'm 33.
Oh, so we're the same age.
You know, you sound a lot older.
It's just my voice, dude. I apologize.
Oh.
Sound like a 50-year-old man.
I'm gonna mute myself.
No.
You know, I was actually surprised that when I found out that Balderson is like 50-something years old. I thought he was way younger.
Right? He seems 50, 51. I don't know. Or 20, 40.
Not
40
20, but yeah. Like 40
49 or something.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's because he always like works out at the farm, you know?
Yeah, I think that's what our body is supposed to do. I mean, we're not supposed to be like me in the computer all the time.
Yeah. Movement.
Howard, I really like you, but
yeah, man.
Quit saying that I fucking white knight for fucking.
Bro, what are you even talking about? I've not heard one person say this. You're fueling fires. It's like when Spin would call me Anchor Baby for over 5 feet.
You're an actual simp for Omar. No.
Well, Howard is my friend, so I'm telling him friend to friend.
Well, nobody thought that until
Thank you, Jody. I will consider it. Yeah.
I mean, last night was a fucking trash burn, dude.
I don't remember if I saw that. What was that one?
It was a complete fucking dumpster fire, dude.
Jody, are you white knighting again?
Yeah, exactly, you cocksucker. You were there. You fucking loser.
No, Jody, I think that he's just like joking around with you. I don't know. I can't see why you're white knighting for Omar.
No, I'm completely. You know what it is?
This is
Clay. Clay is a fucking sitting on the toilet reading fucking.
This
Exodus.
is
Exodus 12.
These are the people I was with
13.
for 6 months a year. The Kokama.
They look funny. Yeah, they look like good people.
These are the fucking Sumerians of the Amazon. These are the Sumerians of the Amazon.
Yeah, I mean,
OG.
Do they have monoliths? Because you know how like
Yeah, Jody. Like when I see Adam and like you having banter, that's the funniest shit ever, dude.
No, I really don't like Adam. I really don't.
That's your best friend.
Oh man, I thought,
bro, you guys are like peas and carrots.
Fun.
You go together.
I'm just making fun. I'm just saying your White Knight Omar because of that situation was funny to do it.
I thought you and Adam were good friends.
Yeah, me too.
They touch tips.
I thought they were best friends in real life.
No homo.
Cross swords.
No.
But no, you're not a white. You're not an
I
Omar
try to
white
keep
knight.
it. I try to keep it cool as much as I can, but the moment that he keeps bringing up my wife, it's like, bro, I want to slap the fucking fake beard off your face.
Bro, you
Yeah,
guys used
that's
to
not nice.
you guys used
Maybe
to
it goes
sit
a
on
bit
the old
far, I
front
don't know.
porch.
Yeah.
You know, the front
Anyway,
porch
we're
swing you
taking
used to
away.
sit on.
Either way, we're taking away from fucking Omar's channel. So fuck off.
No,
This
we're
is-
good.
But
This
I'm
isn't
like,
Have
about.
we reached full
Omar
gauntlet
is like
mode?
really. Omar has knowledge, dude. So you know.
I'm about to show you videos of me pulling out demons out of people in Peru
I don't know if I want to see all that now.
Oh,
with no
come on,
ayahuasca.
let's
By the
do
way,
that.
with no medicine.
Hold on. I do have a legit question, Omar.
I
You
exercise
spent-
demons in the
you
name
spent-
of Mickey Mouse.
You spent 3 years in the Amazon. How much malaria did you get?
0.
You never got bit by a mosquito?
No, I never got dengue. It's called dengue.
Bro, you don't get malaria.
You know,
just by
when you're
getting
like
bit by a
in the
mosquito
jungle
once.
and you're like at peace, meditating, just like Omar said, you don't attract, you pull away. So you don't get parasites and stuff if you really like. Yeah, you just have to be present.
You
and
think
just-
that mind control? Is
Yeah,
that
you
what the
mind
fuck
control
you're trying to
jungle.
say?
I got some fire ants.
Yeah, I mean,
Got fire ants.
Malaria is a fucking disease, bro. That
No, there's one worse. Yeah, not in the tropical rainforest, not in the Amazon. I didn't see. There are tarantulas the size of a fucking. The tarantula where the body is the size of a dinner plate.
Fuck.
Yeah, we got some
Like
good
straight-
ones here.
Do you know what camel spiders are?
Yeah, I know
Well,
what
yeah.
camel spiders are.
dude,
They're long
These are
spiders.
fucking scary.
dude.
Yeah, they're
They look
scary
like
as fuck.
aliens, dude.
Bro, they'll drink the blood out of it. They'll kill all fucking two chickens, like multiple in one night.
Yeah.
They're
Even my
insane.
cat doesn't like to eat them.
I'm just saying, 3 years in the jungle,
Yeah,
and you haven't got bit by one mosquito.
bro. Obviously, I got bit by mosquitoes. You asked me if I got malaria.
Mosquito.
Well, sorry, that's what I
Yeah.
call.
It's a very different thing. Of course, I got bit by
Yeah,
mosquitoes.
Yeah, malaria, dude.
Talk like tomato.
I mean,
Malaria.
All of them?
You don't get malaria just from any mosquito, man.
But isn't
Well,
malaria
that's-
like
well,
local to Africa?
I think it's
I mean,
Africa.
I could do a lot of accents if you want, bud. I could go Canadian, eh?
Sounds like a Mexican.
I'm a proper Brit, eh? Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Oh, there we go.
Fuck
Who's
yeah,
that fucking
Howard.
dude?
How about
Who's
I-
that dude that fucking?
How about I had
showed
the
up with
Scottish
glasses?
and got that? They got that British guy with the Scottish. Remember?
That was hilarious. Yes.
Fuck that.
What do you think
I
you're
can't-
doing?
I was like, yeah,
How dare
fucking
you.
bastard.
You
You're a
thirsty fucking bastard.
You're a fucking bastard
I say, you
cunt.
know, you speak English. I fucking yeah. I say, you know, he's that guy.
You was a bastard cunt.
Yeah. Something about these British people really bother me when they start talking shit.
Yeah.
Who the
Somebody
fuck?
needs to teach
That's,
English to the English.
Draconian or something
Like, who
like
the
that.
fuck do you think you're talking to, man? That-
Yeah, Draconian. Yeah, it's fucking hilarious, dude.
When you start talking, they think they created America. It's like, fuck you.
You fucking bloody cunt. What the fuck are you talking?
You're a fucking
I'm trying to
bastard
find.
cunt.
I've got by the way, I have crazy fucking videos.
Right,
It's
guys.
almost like the low IQ, like English.
You leaving, man?
Stayed in England.
Yeah, I will be gone now. Thank you for having me again, and Omar, it's nice to see you streaming
Yeah.
from your own channel. So have a
Yeah.
good
Oh,
night.
is he
Bye.
talking? Is he talking?
Yeah, we're gonna go. We're gonna go
proper-
Wednesday. Wednesday, we're gonna go.
Yeah, Wednesday.
Yeah,
will be
Wednesday.
fun.
We're gonna hit the mysticism.
Yeah, and I
Clay's
also heard
gonna,
that you
Clay's
and
gonna get roasted like a proper pig. Yeah.
And,
Oh, yeah, dude.
and I always heard that on Saturday you and Balderson will have something too, or
Me and Balderson.
oh
Yeah,
right,
Baldur's-
The debate.
yeah.
with Clay.
So
I
yeah,
will-
we'll join.
I will be proving to everybody
Yeah,
that
man.
Balderson is not a real Odinist.
Oh, dude, you better come with your paperwork, homie. You better come.
Oh, I guess I will then. Just
All right.
because Jody said I need
Take
to
care,
come
man.
with paperwork.
Take care. See you.
All right, so see you later, guys. Thank you for having me again.
Later.
Nah, brother.
Take care. I'm
All
like now
because
looking.
Jody said that I
Yeah,
need
what are
to
you
bring
looking at, Omar?
paperwork.
I'm looking for. I'm trying to find this video of me. They had it was the Peruvian national soccer team, and they had like this guy, this very famous shaman Herbert Quinteros. He's like, they want to do like a meditation or something, and I was like, oh. But then instead of doing the meditation, I said, I'm going to rip the fucking demons out of these people. And he's like, okay. I just decided to switch it. They thought it was going to be like some flute. What happened was I started talking, and Herbert, who's like the most famous shaman from Peru, he's translating, and these fucking guys started trying to like joke around. And I heard the word gringo, which means it means white, but it really means other. So I hear like it's like calling the Jews calling someone a goy, and I was like, again, at this point I'm already like a master. I've been living I became a maestro in two of the indigenous languages of the Amazon. So I'm leading a 6-hour, 7-hour ceremony like in the same language as them, But these guys have no fucking idea. But I'm also not a little Peruvian guy, So I was like, oh. They want to fucking put it to the test. So watch this. So I decided to teach them a fucking lesson. Yeah, I'll have a video of it. It's great. These guys, there's not just one guy, there's fucking 20 guys like at the same time. I put them all down.
Bro,
and then
we don't need to know about all that.
Yeah, you'll see.
Sorry.
I put them down like a dog pissed on my floor and grabbed by the back of the fucking neck, put their nose into the ground to remind them this is my floor. But meanwhile, I'm in their country, and they're
right.
It's quite funny, but because Herbert was like they thought this was like a joke, and they're also mocking their own. It's funny because they're kind of mocking their own shit, because this is like your lineage. And so I didn't hit him with the Peruvian shit. I hit him with the fucking ancient Avestan rip demons out of you,
Jody, what do you think about
Dude, you
all
did that with Sam, dude. That was
you-
so funny. Like,
think
I did with everyone.
Everyone. But he was like intensely fucking cringeworthy, man.
Jody, you think Omar's pretty good at ripping demons out of people?
Yeah.
He needs a white knife.
No.
Oh, Clay, come on, man. Why are you gonna do that to this guy?
Because the dude was like bringing it up like every like.
I want to see who's good. I want to see you in Baldur's, and this is gonna be wild as shit, man. I can't wait
it's
to
gonna
see
be
what
fun,
the fuck is gonna
bro.
happen.
Yeah.
What is gonna even happen?
Ooh.
Yeah, man.
I thought
He's
you
gonna
guys were
be on his
claiming
back
that,
foot.
but I thought you guys were claiming which religion is the truth.
No, that's not the claim.
Are you talking to me right now, Omar? Or
No,
talking to-
between. Oh, where is this? Open. Let's see. Open.
Have you-
Also, Clay
the
and
claim?
Ben are gonna discuss whether Western modern Odinism is cosplay and LARPing rather than legitimate religious.
Oh, I
dogma.
thought. I thought they were doing which god is more powerful.
Nope,
Yeah, that's
nope.
one of them.
Oh,
But that was
but
really
then,
close to it.
And
Damn.
I think I'm hopping on to help Ben, or that maybe some other time me and Ben is gonna debate Clay and Asriel.
Yeah, that
but
would
I
be
think
fun.
it's just Ben and Clay are gonna talk about whether because it's a good point, and I can talk to this a little bit because it's like in America, right, there's a bunch of Odinists or pagans, right? Most of them are Norse pagans, right? So basically, there's a ton of them LARPing and cosplaying because they have no inherent knowledge of how spirituality operates, right, within your body, how you're supposed to do these meditations and these learn from these esoteric systems, right, with energy. We're supposed to work with forces and stuff. And most of these LARPers and cosplayers who are Odinists have no idea, and so it's just
I think a lot of the
byproduct of retardation in society, I guess. I don't know, but it's like
no, it's mostly for political reasons.
I used to be like that because I didn't know, but then I like developed and learned and stuff, and now I'm like, okay, so why do we pagans have these altars with like there's some antlers there and there's like a bunch of idols, and it's just to connect with frequencies and like it's symbolic, but it's also like it's in your imagination, right? But it's like how it actually works, it's very different from the external world and how opinions really, like how people look at it and be like, you're just LARPing, right? Because look at this bunch of nonsense. You have an altar, like what the fuck? Right, so it's easy to like be like, oh well, they're just LARPing. So Clay has that. I think that's Clay's stance about like, you know, about like
it's so I'll give you this,
that
Howard.
Basically, Odinism and paganism doesn't really exist anymore legitimately. It's just a bunch of LARPing and cosplaying, right?
Well, a lot of people adopt
and Christianity is so it's Jesus versus Odin, but I don't really know if it's really like what it's really about. But so we're gonna have to see. But yeah.
No, the thing is, a lot of people adopt Odinism for political reasons. Like Adam Green is an Odinist, but
can anyone hear me? By the way, I think Omar can hear me.
I can hear you.
Yeah, nice.
I can.
There's people. I am on my phone, but I can see you guys. Jody, yeah.
I got you, brother.
So
Dark Thrones.
I'll give you
Clay's here.
Well, yeah, I'll give you this much, Howard. You're on the right track.
I can't hear you other guys. I can only hear Omar. I don't know if that's
really.
Yeah,
Wow.
I can just hear you.
That's not good.
Hello.
Hold on.
You're gonna have to go. He's gonna have to go out and come back in.
I've been talking. I don't know.
Me or him?
No.
He said. They said you have to go out. They said you have to go out and come back in.
Yeah, I can just hear you Omar the whole time. So people have had comments to my.
Yeah, they're saying you have to go out. They're saying you have to go out and come back in. They said. Clay, I don't know how to work this shit. Clay told me.
No, Clay's right. He's talking right now. I can't hear him. So
yeah,
go out and come back in so you can see this. 'Cause I'm about to play the video where I decided to watch this. This is me with Herbert Quinteros. Hold on. And they were like, all right. He's like, oh, this is gonna be fun. And then like we were gonna talk about. They wanted to do this thing, and we're like, oh, then they start talking shit. So we said, oh, this is a joke, huh? Hold on a second. Now I'll show you when we say ripping demons out of people. Can you see or no?
Yep, that's it.
Okay, just wait. Look at his stomach. Just wait. Look at fucking Herbert's eyes. He can't believe what the fuck's happening. He with no ayahuasca. Fucking throwing up. This is a half an hour, 40 minutes into the situation. These fucking crazy Peruvian people are throwing up. They're paralyzed. Fucking, it's not even good. Look at this guy's fucking face. What's the stomachs? It's like the Predator movie. Hold on a second. This is nothing. Wait. This is me. This is the beginning of the problem for them. Hold on.
Yeah. Can you Clay say something?
Test.
Can you hear us?
Can you hear us now?
Nope.
No.
That was my phone fucking.
Hello, Howard, cocksucker.
He's calling you a cocksucker.
Yeah, we definitely need him in here because I was gonna tell him that he's probably on the right track.
Look. That's the main guy who talks shit. That was the main guy. Thought it was funny. By the way, there's no ayahuasca. This is straight spirits. No one drank shit. This is pre-soccer practice. They took nothing. Look at this guy. He's pretending to be down because he's afraid we're going to see him. This is not even wait. This is early. You start seeing. It looks like a fucking animal's trying to jump out of the guy's stomach. It looks like he swallowed a fucking animal trying to get out of his stomach. Wait.
Can you hear us, Howard? Can you hear us? Test.
How long is the video?
I don't know.
Fucking thing is messing up again.
Okay, I have a funny thing for you, right? This is what everyone tells us. This is what everyone says. This is okay.
Oh my god.
Whatever. This is what. Tell me if this is correct. This is biblical story, right? This is Moses splitting the ark.
That's
Ready?
exactly how it happened. Yes.
Watch.
That's
That's what happened, right?
And the sea was dry.
Obviously, right?
Yeah.
And
That's
like
what happened.
Clay's
Here's what
not
really
here
happened.
now.
Here's the best part. This is what really happened. Look, ready? This is what really happened. This motherfucker decided. It's like this. Watch. He's like, fuck. Right in the hands of Pharaoh.
The most powerful force on the earth is one.
So, can I bring up something? Can I pour some gas on some dumpster fire shit?
Hell yeah, brother, do it. That's what I'm here for.
All right, Omar.
Yeah.
Everybody keeps calling me a white knight for you, dude.
Bro, stop. This is getting old, man. You're I never heard one person say this.
Do you think the numbers of the Holocaust are legit?
No.
He's gonna white knight you.
No, I don't.
So it's not 6 million.
No, I don't believe that for a second.
Jody, you gotta defend that now.
Well, there is no defense.
He
I was
agrees.
I was hoping that he would.
No, I just don't. I don't buy that because it doesn't make any sense.
Well,
it's
fuck, dude, you ruined the whole segment.
It doesn't. That's. I also don't believe 600,000 military-age men fled Egypt when there was less than 2 million people in Egypt at the time.
Yeah, numbers are numbers, right?
You know. What else don't I believe? I don't believe a lot of things. I don't believe there's 8 billion people on Earth right now. I think it's a lie. I didn't believe there were 6.5 billion people on the Earth when they said that just a few years ago. Now all of a sudden there's 8.3. Yeah, right. I think they're trying to get everyone to procreate less by telling us it's overpopulated.
I mean, it certainly is gonna. Population certainly is gonna go down. That's why.
Omar.
Hey.
Yo.
Test. Welcome back. Very good.
Yep. Hey. Yes. All right. Very good.
I was gonna say, so Howard, you're actually on the right track, but it's incomplete.
Yeah. Right. Okay. Let's go.
Yeah, it's incomplete though, just so you know. But
Right.
you'll know.
You
You'll know on
I
Saturday.
wasn't able to hear anything, so I was just
Yeah.
talking.
Yeah. But I appreciate the little bit of because
but that's a very basic broad strokes. I thought I was just gonna add some things.
but you're on the
over
right
that,
track.
But it's basic. That's very basic. That's a very simplified.
Stop
version of
petting
that,
yourself, dude. You're not a dog.
He's a goat.
He's a goat. That's
I
hilarious.
appreciate the beard, but goddamn, dude.
No, you gotta make sure it's like even and
No,
nice.
it's kind of
Well
weird.
groomed.
But yeah, but
Catching
Clay,
your-
yeah, essentially that's a very basic version and simple version of
Well,
it.
I wouldn't even call it the basic version. I would say it's incomplete. There's
Yeah,
a portion.
I
There's a
wasn't-
massive. No, there's
Yeah.
a massive portion. Like you're on the right track, but it's only at about like 25%.
I
There's
thought I
a
might
whole-
go on and explain, but then I hopped out or whatever.
Yeah.
But we can get into that. But obviously, like, yeah, it's an interesting sort of phenomenon.
Saturday.
Yeah. But it's an interesting phenomenon. It's an interesting phenomenon because it
Yeah.
happens, all sort of globally. But yeah.
Well, many religions have the rest of it. The problem that many religions, and I'll give you this hint, but Christianity does not.
Well,
That's
the
the only
problem,
hint.
or not even the problem, but it's time.
Nope, it's
And
not
it's
what
history.
I'm talking about. No, not what I'm talking about. History maybe, but I'm not going to give too much away because essentially then.
But yeah.
Then I
Anyway.
ruin the debate because I, mean, I do expect him to bring an argument for what that other portion is. If he doesn't, then he will lose. Like if he doesn't have an answer for this particular thing that I'm talking about that I'm not going to tell anybody about until Saturday, then it's going to be a big problem.
You want to
what I
use this image? It shows a comparison before the showdown.
Yeah. But like off the record, Clay, I think you actually have you're gonna win because I'm afraid that Ben has that against him. The
part
fact
that you the part that you
people don't
mentioned.
really people
Yeah.
are just LARPers, sorry, and cosplayers.
Yeah, and
You can't get past that. Everyone is a LARPer and cosplay. That was my point, really.
we're all performers.
Anyway.
We're
Everyone
all
on Earth is.
Fucking garbage truck.
The word person comes from the Greek word persona, which means one who wears a mask on stage. That's all anyone's doing.
Yep. But that's not it either. And we're gonna get into it on Saturday, and I hope everybody enjoys it because I've done enough research, and I was doing research before I came on these panels. I actually started looking into the history or the historicity of it all. Well, I could say obviously I've been studying all of this stuff all my life, but like I really took a deep dive into it about six years ago or so, 7 maybe. So I've been studying it for quite some time in some depth.
Yeah. Sorry,
But I thought you guys.
and I couldn't hear anything.
I thought you guys were gonna have the debate on who's like the true like God or something, or the true religion. I thought that was gonna be.
Well, I hope Ben understands that that's not it too. I hope he understands that it's.
I'm sure.
And
he
I think he
understands.
does. Yeah, he knows. It's just a simple, basically a apologist version of Odinist at this point.
It's an internal critique, basically.
Yeah, and this is good for him, in my opinion. Like even if he comes away still believing it, like I expect that he will.
Oh, of course he will. Yeah. But in the event that there's another Odinist that's watching, that you're really trying to talk to them, I think. I don't think Howard is going to cut the beard off and become.
Yeah. Even that's questionable.
Yeah.
Omar.
Howard's going to cut the beard off and become a Catholic priest. And you're like, no, that's not the path either.
Highly questionable.
Yeah.
Oh, and by the way, the if you guys get there early, right, on Wednesdays, that opener, I made that opener, and what I did was I took all of the different of the major religions. There were like 9 that I chose, and I took the gods of those religions, and that's the characters that you see in the various forms, and they have their appropriate weaponry and everything.
Damn.
I seen what you did, Clay, and I highly respect that. That's why I cammed up.
Yeah.
Because
Appreciate that.
I'm gonna give you a big W, bro.
Hell yeah. It was a lot of fun making it, man.
You're legit, like you're really fucking great, bro.
I appreciate that. I appreciate the White Knighting. Thank you. You're gonna switch
I mean, is that white knight giving someone a compliment, you guys? Are we that gay that we can't give the guy can't give everyone a compliment?
Hey, look, I am the king of Camelot at the moment. What do you want to try to take my throne? Fuck you. I got Jody right now. That's my white
No,
knight.
now this is the first time I'm hearing it. Jody's giving you like a beautiful compliment. People are like, you're being a fuck. Like,
I'm just
what?
stealing your white knight, bro. That's all it is.
No, he's just giving you a compliment, man. He's
Get all
grateful to
busy.
hear.
Don't get all mad
Look,
there, Omar.
look, is this what we're watching? Look, the final
See my
battle.
point?
2
You see my
paths,
point?
1 destiny. Only one will remain. Look,
Hey Clay,
Bro,
you're
that's
Jesus simping. You're white knighting for Jesus, Clay.
I might be.
And Jesus is gonna die, bro.
Jody, this is like a perfect inside humor, like the whole we're just simping for each other or for some other guy. It's like no one,
I got a
no
joke
one
for
wins in
Clay.
this, you know.
I
no
got a
one wins.
joke for Clay.
I'm gonna
If you
hit.
guys-
We're gonna hit Adam hard, Jody. You and me. We're gonna. When Adam is here, we're gonna just like roast the shit out of him. You know,
Dude,
yeah. Let's
are
do
you
it.
talking? He won't.
Let's ambush
He won't
him.
show up. He won't show
Anyway.
up.
He'll get what he'll do is he'll get pissy about that you're picking on him.
Right.
That's what Adam does.
That was so
Yeah.
funny, Clay, dude. When you and him was like going at it, dude.
I'm just looking at him in the screen. Like,
I literally, I wait my turn. Do I not? I put my hand up. I
I was
wait my
white knighting
turn.
for you. I was absolutely white knighting for you, Jody. And it was funny too because like I felt like the therapist, right? Saying, "All right, Adam, lay down on the couch, my friend."
you guys ready
Well,
for this?
every point that I brought up, it was a
But yeah, let's
legit
get back
statement.
to some.
But yeah, I apologize.
Bro.
I apologize.
No,
Omar.
I
It's a
no,
whole
I meant.
different-
I meant.
Yeah.
Are you ready for this next image? Because this is really what it's. This is what we should have showed that guy Jake when he was on. This is what he needs to understand is happening. Hold on. Tell him to pick a side. Hold on. Where is this fucking image?
Bro,
Oh
there's
man.
there's a scene in the video that I made where Jesus is on his horse and he like rushes into the rest of the gods and like they all back up like, what the fuck are you doing, dude? Chill the fuck
Yeah, man.
out.
Does it look like this? Here it comes.
Oh my god, bro. What the fuck?
Now that is perfect.
This is kosher.
What the fuck, bro?
Bro, I
That's
kind of love that. In a
That's
way.
what you guys don't understand is actually happening.
That's the Son of God versus the Gift of God, wasn't it? What was that name? Guy's name?
Yeah. Netanyahu, the God's gift. He named himself.
God's Gift versus Son of God.
Bro, it is no, that
I
is
thought
not
Donald
what
Trump
that
took the
name
title.
means. That is not what that name means.
Yes, it does. Yes, it does. His name is Benjamin Malachowski.
In what
He
language?
comes from in Hebrew. He changed his name to Netanyahu, which means God's gift.
Netanyahu means God's gift.
Yep, he made it. They made that name up when they moved to Israel.
He made it up and then gave it a
Wallahi.
definition, right? Because I
No,
know I know what
it-
name. I know
No,
what name
brother.
means God's gift. I happen to be
watch,
named that
watch,
name.
No.
I happen
No,
to
dude.
be bro. The name in Hebrew that means God's gift is my name, so I know that Netanyahu is not it. So as soon as
Bro.
you said that, I said that's bullshit.
Bro.
Oh, so now we know.
Natan,
So now we know
listen,
Clay's
listen,
real name is Benjamin.
Listen, Natan. Natan means gave or has given,
It's gay.
right? And
Yay.
Yahoo is short for God in the theoric form. So which means Yahweh has given.
Yahweh has given, yes.
Yes,
I will
which is a
accept
gift,
that.
which
Has given.
translates
Uh-huh.
into English as Yahweh's gift.
Clay gives up that booty so easy, so I mean that makes sense.
Remember Yahweh, not God. Yahoo is off Yahweh.
I would agree with given, but not gift.
Well, it says has given or gave, so I guess that means past tense.
Correct.
That's fine.
Not an actual gift. Like a gift.
So we're
is
looking for
something-
God's gift in Hebrew. What are we looking at? God's gift. God's
Yeah.
gift. Hebrew.
It's a different name, isn't it?
It's no. It says. Because it's
There's
ChatGPT.
two.
It says yes. God's gift is a reasonable interpretation of Netanyahu. More literally, though, Yahweh has. I'm saying God's gift in Hebrew. Sorry, God's gift in Hebrew, please. It's like trying to like make it work. It's like, dude, I'm not asking you to make what I said work. I'm asking for literal translation. Matnat Elohim,
Which is
gift of God.
gift of God, which there's two names there. There's actually two names, and they're both disciples.
Brother, I don't know what we're talking about. It's just I don't. It says Matnat. I don't know. I've never heard that word in my name.
Yeah,
I've never.
Matityahu. Matthew.
Oh, okay. I see. Oh, okay. Got it. Yeah. Okay.
Right.
I
And
know
then
what you're saying.
Nathaniel is what actually is gift of God. Gift of God is Nathaniel. Matthew is God's gift.
Yeah.
They
Okay.
both
This
mean
is
the
God.
same thing. And I
Yeah.
agree
Okay.
that
Well, this is
Netanyahu-
semantics. It means Yahweh
It
has
is.
given. Same.
Right.
But that means gift to
But
me.
in Hebrew, semantics
This
is
nigga
extremely
named
important.
himself. This nigga named himself. Yahweh has given.
Clay's right.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's fine.
Yes. He named himself God.
Yes.
God is given. Right. Not
Yes.
God's gift or
That's
gift
fine.
of God.
He named himself from Benjamin Malachowski from Poland, and
Hilarious,
he changed his
though.
name. And of all the Hebrew names, he named himself a name that no one else has ever been fucking called before.
Yeah.
Netanyahu.
So now that you know my first, and I've already told you my last, which is Yahweh's
Your first name
favored
is
ones.
Matnat.
In Hebrew.
Oh,
that
Matt.
was correct.
Oh, Matt.
Mm.
Ah, okay.
God's gift
Wait.
and Yahweh's favored ones. I am Yahweh's favored gift.